Was that the actual Prince Charles out of the royal family who was sticking up for the environment, saying we must all do our bit for climate change? The bloke who lives in manors and palaces and cottages and estates and lodges and houses and castles. Castles! Do you know how much it takes to heat a castle? One must do one's best. Jenny texts, it's not nice being so hard on Boris. I imagine it's difficult enough being the village idiot. Never mind being a national one. Well, that's just rude.
Be polite!
Be polite, Jenny. If you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. Right, where to start? Oh, God, what a week it's been, eh? Blimey. That stuff you read. All right, I'll start with person that crops up every now and again, like a disease. Gordon Brown. You remember Gordon Brown, don't you?
No!
Yes, that's him, and that's what he was talking about this week too. Gordon Brown has told the government to support the England football team's decision to take the knee before matches and stop fighting culture wars over unimportant gestures. Correct, Amundo. Unfortunately, fighting culture wars over unimportant gestures seems to be what this government relies on the most to take the eye off the mountain of dead people it's leaving in its wake. It's everywhere. The former Prime Minister, gorgeous Gordon Brown, made the remarks in response to Downing Street's failure to initially back the players, instead only issuing a statement urging fans to be respectful. REPCSCT. Respect. Get Aretha Franklin on the phone. She'll sing it to us. It added. It. The former... Oh, no, OK. This, the response from Downing Street. It added that Boris Johnson, quotes, wants the whole country to get behind the England team. Yeah, that's right, because Bodge has acquired a so far unnoticed interest in football. I bet we're just hours away from him getting dressed up in an England kit for his personal photographers to take a snap of him from a flattering angle. Bad news, Bodge. That kit don't come in your size. It's also, what would Donald Trump do? He would fake an interest in something he knows his fans like, but not distance himself from the ones that are screaming at those who don't much care for racism. You know, very nice people on both sides. He'll appeal to all of the worst instincts of his fans, just like Donny, because they're his worst instincts too.
Don't be rude.
Like all that statue nonsense. Scrubbing the reputations clean of men who did unspeakable evil and yelling at those who want to tell the truth about them that they're rewriting history. Those who want to highlight the truth about those we publicly revere are not rewriting history. It's the people who want to whitewash the past that are doing that. But as with the screaming Mimi, it's accuse your enemy of that which you are guilty. It works every time.
I love the poorly educated.
And as for the Queen's portrait in the students' common room, well, this country has jumped the shark. What's a picture of the Queen doing in a student's common room in the first place? Shouldn't it be of Che Guevara? Or Pink Floyd?
Rock and roll!
Or that picture by Robert Crumb of some stoner's face melting through his hands?
Want to score some pot?
Stoned again? I mean, what else have they got pictures on the wall of the students' common room? Bulldogs? Rain? A queue? Gavin Williamson? Yeah, hard to say his name without a chuckle. I tried. It can't be done. Gavin Williamson called the idea that students would not want a picture of the Queen looking down at them in their common room absurd. He said, look up the word absurd in the dictionary and it'll have a picture of Gavin Williamson next to it. Exactly. What kind of student common room is it that's got space for Her Majesty on the wall? I want the name of the person who put it up in the first place. See me afterwards. Thank you, sir. May I have another? But back at the booing and the statesman-like figure of Gordon Brown, who you recall, that's the fella. He sounds like what we used to think a politician was like. Serious, measured, intelligent. Not the catastrophic clown show that we got going on now.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Exactly. Football players take the need to reinforce the message that racism will not be tolerated in the sport. That they feel they have to do that is evidenced by the unhinged reaction to it on the terraces and in the press. Gordon Brown said, I think it's very important we support the footballers who have made this difficult decision, actually because they have agreed among themselves what to do. I don't think it was right for Downing Street not to support Marcus Rashford, he said. I think Marcus Rashford has stood out for some really good causes over the last year, and he's also standing up for far better race relations and community relations in this country. He said, I think we should support the team when it does this, and I hope the crowds who are at the football matches will actually acknowledge that the footballers are doing something very, very important, that they're bringing the whole country together. Right. And when asked to express support, our actual Prime Minister said, yeah. Just like his best buddy in the whole wide world, Trumple Thinskin, Mr. Very Fine People on Both Sides, when asked about swastika nationalist white power neo-Nazis carrying torches in Charlottesville. I don't think he's a very nice person.
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
Players were booed by some fans when taking the knee at the Riverside Stadium in Middlesbrough before the friendly matches against Austria and Romania last week. When asked if he believed Downing Street was trying to avoid a confrontation with those who opposed the move, Gordon Brown said he didn't believe the Prime Minister was responsible for the statement. What, like the building just chucks out press releases without putting it by Bodge first? Right. He said, Gordon Brown said, I would like Boris Johnson to come out publicly and support the England football team, and hang on, I wrote this, I can't even read it. And support the England football team, and watch this regime keep picking fights with Rashford. And why do this? Maybe I'll just skip that bit. Always check before you get on the air, idiot. Why do this regime keep picking fights with Marcus Rashford? He's been right about everything. He was into feeding hungry children, and Boris Johnson was into building a new yacht for himself. A new royal yacht, yet. Except the Queen said she didn't want one. Which kind of blew a hole under the waterline. But Bodge wants to pretend he rules the waves, and his fans are stuck in a last night of the proms Groundhog Day, so we get a useless lot on a yacht for hundreds of millions of pounds that will impress absolutely no one whose importance is enough to get an invite. I mean, is Carrie picking the curtains? So cancel hundreds of millions, it'll be billions. Gordon Brown said, but I do think it would be very bad for Britain if these culture wars started to develop where someone seized on one instance of someone doing something and tried to make it a big issue that divided the public rather than united the public. He said, I think we should stop fighting these culture wars. But culture wars are our thing now. It's right out of How to Divide and Conquer. Whip up your cultists into a frothing indignation about a bunch of nothing, make them so angry they can't remember why they're angry anymore. They're just hooked on fury. It's like starting a fire. When the embers are glowing, you can throw anything on there and it'll catch light. Pictures of the Queen obsessing about protecting statues of murderers. Blimey, they're now recounting history is not allowed. You're called a lefty snowflake for accurately recounting historical facts now by the same people that yell about cancel culture.
Well,
Now the whole world's gone crazy.
And at the start of the week, Bodge refused to condemn the booing. And because he probably thought against picking yet another losing fight with Marcus Rashford, now he's saying that we should cheer and not boo. Took him a while. He probably had a focus group on what would go down best with the cult fans and figured he wasn't on the right side, popularity-wise. See, a normal leader of the country might have instinctively showed support for the players of the national side straight away. But Bodge probably thought, well, let's see how it plays out in the press. Gauge the mood. Oh, all right then. Stella texts, Nick, two snakes in the jungle are chatting, and one turns to the other and asks, are we poisonous? And the other one asks, I don't know why. And the snake replies, well, we'll never know because we don't do jokes. We especially don't do jokes that look like they've fallen out of a Christmas cracker. It's not Christmas, it's August, July, June. It's June, Stella. Matt emails, I can't get that image of Johnson crashing through an 11-year-old child in an exhibition football match out of my mind. Apologies to the kid if he wasn't 11, says Matt. Yeah, well, it wasn't football, it was some other sport, which is deeply uninteresting and doesn't look like a sport to me. It looks like a bunch of steroidal freaks running into each other. Not football. If it was an actual football match that Boris Johnson was trying to play when he barged into an 11-year-old child and sent him flying, then he was guilty of multiple infractions of the rules because he had the ball in his hands at the time. Thomas says, photic sneezing is real. Strong light can induce or help carry out sneezing in some people. Help carry out. Their eyes will not pop out from their sockets as a reflex closes them in the moment of the sneeze as normal, says Thomas. Normal? Sneezing is very dangerous.
Affirmative.
Don't do it. Unfortunately, I can't keep it in. I've got to let it out. Concert. Hello, Sean.
Hello, mate. How are you doing?
Good. Yes, good, thanks.
Choked on me pizza the other day, like. I was laughing my head off, right? The FIFA World Cup rankings came up and they put England fourth.
Fourth
In the world, mate.
Right, so who's number one? Belgium?
I don't know how the hell I got the picture out.
Belgium?
I was laughing my head off.
Who's number
Belgium,
one? Belgium.
Belgium.
Spain? France?
No, Brazil.
Oh, right, okay. I thought we were talking about Europe. Right, okay. But in the world. Right, Belgium number one. Brazil, always up there, there or thereabouts, number two. Yeah. Italy?
No, France.
France, right. Argentina?
England and...
Azerbaijan.
No, what do you call it?
Croatia. Please don't tell me it's Croatia.
No, it wasn't. Right. No.
Scotland. No.
Ronaldo plays for them, man.
Ronaldo. Right. Portugal.
Portugal. That's
right.
it. Portugal. I couldn't believe it. Hey.
Portugal. They've got about how many people live in Portugal? It's about 6. 6 people live in Portugal. They've barely got enough people living in Portugal to make up a national team.
It did say world rankings. You know what I mean? World rankings, and I thought, how the hell have they got England fourth in the world rankings? Like
statistics. It's all about numbers, Sean. Just add it up.
I was watching Boris Webby. What do you call him? The day, like Barney Rubble.
Yeah.
And did you hear what one of the remarks was? One of the remarks was when he's sitting around that table.
Barney.
Oh, get this media circus out of here.
Boris Johnson said that.
That's what he said.
He only exists because there is a media circus. I bet like a tree falling in a forest. If nobody's there, it doesn't make a sound. I bet that if there wasn't a media circus, Boris Johnson would just disappear. I bet that that's where he gets his mojo. All right, thanks a lot, Sean. Number 4, you say? Well, that's disappointing. We do have an outside chance of winning this, but then we go into every tournament saying that we have an outside chance of winning this. It's just that we usually go into a tournament where our fans aren't booing us before we've kicked the ball. No! Usually they reserve their booing until the end of the match, or at least half-time. Come on, people, can't you put a sock in it for a couple of weeks? Why does everything have to be about you? Oh, I disagree with them taking a knee, so I'm going to make my feelings very, very explicit. Boo! Morons. We're surrounded by morons. And I was listening to LBC, both Nick and J.O.B. this week. And the amount of people, I'm a fan, I've spent like £10,000 a year following the team, and I've got England's like tattooed across my forehead, and I'm the biggest fan ever, and I boo 'em all the time. Well, that's great, mate. I'm listening to these people, it's just one person after the other, and I am thinking, why is it about you? So you don't like something, you don't stand there and boo it. I mean, if your neighbour paints their house a colour that is not quite to your taste, do you stand outside their house and boo them? No, you just tut in the British manner. Just express your disapproval in a way that nobody else can hear. Uptight and constipated in the British manner. Don't let it all... We're not European. We've left Europe. We're not French. We don't yell and make a scene any more than we chuck paving stones across the road when somebody has cut a day off our holiday. We're British, damn it. Reserved, uptight. Ricky tweets, Biden looks like a statesman and Johnson like a scruffy so-and-so, being polite, in brackets. Plus, what was Carrie wearing? I thought them dresses went out of style in the 1970s. I didn't see what Carrie was wearing. I was too busy gawping at Boris Johnson and thinking, well, he doesn't quite look like a human being next to President Joe Biden. He looks like the sort of thing that President Joe Biden would keep as a pet. John says, the former Chancellor, golden brown. So he's surfaced from wherever he's been, somewhere at the bottom of the seabed where a lot of old and forgotten wrecks are. He may have been counting up all the gold coins in a chest down there. He's a Boris type, that's for certain. He's not a Boris type. He's the absolute antithesis of Bodge. He couldn't be less like Bodger if he tried. He speaks like a leader, does Gordon Brown. He speaks like somebody who is actually has substance rather than just all style, all show, which is what our current PM is. I tell you what, our current Prime Minister, you know those inflatable things that they have by second-hand car showrooms? Those giant waving things that look like robots with two arms, that then they pump air into it and they just wave about. That's our leader. Oh my God, he's an inflatable, I don't know what you call those things. He's the inflatable attraction at a used car lot. Is our leader. Yeah. Wait a minute. Talk about David texts all this week at this week's Prime Minister's questions prior to the European Championships. Johnson wished good luck to England and Scotland, but could not remember the name of the country attached to the west of England, referring to it as the other home nation taking part in the competition. Well, here's the actual quote. Responding to a question from SNP MP Ian Blackford. Love your work, Ian Blackford. The Prime Minister said, he said, I wish all the very best to Scotland and England and all the home nations who may be playing. He doesn't know who else is playing. Oh, my God. Some unionist you are. He doesn't know who else is playing. He didn't want to say Wales in case he got it wrong, in case they weren't playing. That's like me, never saying anybody's name, in case I get it wrong. I can never remember anybody's name, so I just say, hi. So, no idea what their name is. Sometimes I have a vague idea what their name is, but I don't want to say it in case I get it wrong. But at least I'd remember the name of Wales, for crying out loud. I wish all the very best to Scotland and England and all the home nations who may be playing. He's got no idea Because up till just recently, when he thought it was politically beneficial to him, he has zero interest in football. None at all. Not remotely interested. Because they don't do football at Eton. They do rugby and cricket, which are,
Boring.
couldn't be more dull. But because his cult fans like football, suddenly he's on the edge of his seat. Yeah, sure he is. Bernard tweets, so why is Gordon Brown not condemning the Scotland team for not taking the knee, Nick? Well, you misunderstand, Bernard. He wasn't talking about that issue. He was talking about the booing. Just get behind your team, for crying out loud. This is serious. More serious than real life. It's not life and death. It's more serious than that. Jim emails, listening from Philadelphia, I thought I would share what I heard this week on the local All News Radio. All News Radio. The announcer mentioned President Joe Biden was in the UK to meet PM Boris Yeltsin. Right. The newly married Boris and his wife Natasha will be hosting the President and First Lady at St. Michael's Mound, and so it goes. Remind me of Father Ted, which is a program I've never watched. So it doesn't remind me of Father Ted, but if it reminds you of it, Jim, then all the very best. And I don't believe a word of it, by the way. Jim says, talk about Carrie Simmons. I saw her today on the telly and I thought, I must get my sofa recovered. Well, I wish I'd seen what she was wearing now. Let's have a call in Stamford Hill. Hello, Sarah.
Hi, Nick.
Sarah.
Good to talk to you. Hello, Nick.
Sarah.
You're so funny.
Thanks.
Look, I can't imagine Boris Johnson in an England shirt,
No,
right?
No.
I don't even want to imagine it.
Oh, God, no. Awful.
But
You'd be busting out all over.
it'd be an embarrassment to this country, I can tell you that now, right? But on a serious note, Nick, I've had a bad day today.
Oh. Really?
No,
Stop whining.
Yes. Tell me more.
Well, it is, Nick. No one's said anything about this boxer. What's his name? Kirkland Lang. Yeah, the heavyweight boxer, right?
Who's that?
He was. It's a friend of my dad's. He was a well-known boxer.
A friend of your dad's?
Yeah, and no one's mentioned it. And
It?
No, I didn't mean it, Nick. What I mean is...
I've got no idea what you're talking about, Sarah.
Right, my dad's mate, Kirkland Lang, who
Yeah.
was an heavyweight boxer.
Right.
We
Is this...
found
No,
out-
wait. Is this a happy story or a sad story?
It's sad, Nick.
Well,
He
I
died
don't...
at 66.
Okay. Well, I don't want a sad story, Sarah.
No, but I'm just annoyed that no one, like, all these so-called, like, Stephen Bunce and all them, no one's mentioned it on the news that he died or anything, you know?
Right.
And he had a really bad accident.
Well,
about
I'm
4
very,
years
very
ago.
sorry to hear that, Sarah, but he's a name that is unfamiliar to me, I'm afraid. But I wish you all the best, and my thoughts and prayers to you and your family. Thanks, Sarah. Trev text, the inflatable car things are called... Yeah, I just looked this up. During the break, because I know what they look like, but I didn't know what they were called. And they have many and various different names. And what you came up with, Trevor, is what amused me, because it fits him to a T. Boris Johnson is that inflatable waving thing that you see in used car lots. Trev says the car inflatable things are called wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man. Is that our leader? Yes. He's a wacky waving inflatable tube. God, what a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
We've got a wacky waving inflatable tube as a leader. What could possibly go wrong? I'm going to call him that from now on. It's either that or Bubbles, after, Michael Jackson's favourite pet. Bubbles, Bodger, or the wacky waving inflatable tube. I think I think I've peaked early. I might as well go home now. That's the best that this show's going to get. Let's have Ballbok. That can't be a place. Matt, how do you pronounce that?
Hello.
Yes. How do you pronounce that?
No, we spoke last week. You did actually get it right. In fact, you told me to go out to the window and shout, "I'm not going to take it anymore."
Yeah.
I did it, and it didn't work because...
Didn't work?
Turns out, no, not this week. Michael Gove has been found to have committed cronyism.
Mrs. Cronyism.
and all we're talking about is a picture of the Queen
Yeah.
in the Oxford Union.
Yeah, curious that, isn't it? It's almost as
And
though
it
it's
was
a
actually-
plan.
It was actually taken down by 10 students.
Yeah.
10!
Why is there a
Don't
picture
bother.
of the Queen in a student's common room? What's it doing there? It must be the only student's common room in the world with a picture of Her Majesty the Queen in it. Why is it on the wall in a student's common room? Tell me.
I don't even care if it's there or not.
Right.
No one does.
No one does.
We're never going to go there, are we?
Ever. No,
To be
not
honest.
at all. Not now, not ever, never.
So why is that the front page of like the Mail and the Express and
Well,
everything?
for the very good reason that there's a mountain of dead
Of
people in our
Michael
rearview
Gove
mirror.
found
Yes.
guilty.
Right.
Exactly. It beggars belief.
It does.
It does.
Yeah. And we're all encouraged to obsess about statues to people that we've never heard of.
And people that if nowadays they built a statue of them, we were condemned.
Yeah. So I was listening to James O'Brien the other day. I think it was his show, and somebody said, if the people who those statues represent had actually killed dogs, like they killed people, then nobody
we'd
would
have them.
even have a second's thought about to creating a statue to them.
We would actually have them.
We would reanimate them. We'd bring them back from the dead just to kill them all over again.
Yes, but the good news is Boris Johnson, he's going to have a beach party tomorrow for all the G7 leaders in Cornwall.
Right. Okay.
They're
Well,
going to sit around and toast marshmallows over a bonfire.
yeah, sure they will. Yeah.
Now, I just hope they don't find a guy, because you know who my guy would be.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll bring the ants. All right. Thanks a lot, Matt. I encourage you to do that. Go to the window, throw your window open and shout, "I'm as mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore."
What in blazes goes on inside that head of yours?
Don't ask, just let it out. Declan emails, "Last week I told you when you feel a sneeze coming on, look at the brightest thing in the room and you will sneeze, guaranteed. Try it, it's a scientific fact." Well, we're not interested in scientific facts on this show. He says, plus I got into a discussion this week on who pulled his Paul Kossoff trump card against my Joe Walsh discuss. What does that mean? I got into a discussion this week who pulled his Paul Kossoff trump card against my Joe Walsh. I don't understand what that means. No idea.
Rock and roll!
But it's Joe Walsh every time. That's a fact. Andy texts, when you speak of Bodger the inflatable, are you thinking of the Michelin Man or the Pillsbury Doughboy? Oh, he is most definitely the Pillsbury Doughboy. No doubt it in my mind. Southampton. Hello, Simon.
Hi, Nick. You all right?
Yes, good, thanks.
Just a couple of quickies, really. Gordon Brown actually came out this week and stated that he will never accept the fact that we've left the EU. So let's just hope that other politicians now start to speak out about it, and then hopefully we can start the process of putting right this catastrophe.
He said he would never accept it.
Yeah, he's something along the lines of as long as he lives, he'll fight to rejoin.
Oh, right. So he understands that we've left.
Yeah.
Right.
But he's not prepared to.
He doesn't like it.
Well, I mean, there's many things I could say I don't like, but when it comes to the EU, the fact that we've left, I find completely abhorrent. So.
Okay, here's the story. Gordon Brown has said he will not give up pushing for the UK to rejoin the EU, while stressing that this is a personal view and he accepts it's unlikely in the short term. Yeah, you got that right. Yeah, we've got to swim through a lot of the sewage to get to the long term. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so that was that. It gives me a bit of hope. And the just another quick one about the G7. So when I see Joe Biden arrive on that beautiful, pristine plane and come down those stairs, and I'm an Englishman, born and bred in this country. Don't forget. And I see that man like that, and I just see pride, and I see security, I see safety, and I just think I think it's awesome because, you know, he isn't going to take any nonsense from what arrived on our plane, which was some cheap substandard jalopy.
Yeah, a wacky waving inflatable tube.
Yep, coming down the stairs, and bearing in mind that I see Joe Biden, I've got pride, I feel safe. I look at I see that thing coming down those stairs, and I just think to myself,
"Oh no, what are we in for now?" Yeah,
the theme tune, just Steptoe and Son, and
really, because I'm hearing Laurel and Hardy.
Yeah, well,
we're gonna have to pay for that.
We should be just
embarrassed,
ashamed, and embarrassed.
Well, cheer up, mate. It might never. Oh no, that's right. It already has.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, Simon. Chin up. Can you imagine if the election in America had gone the other way, and Joe Biden hadn't stolen the election from its proper person?
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do, is I do things proper.
I mean, we'd have been gripped. We'd be on the edge of our seat. Oh, my God, it's going to be World War III, or anything could happen. He could annex Cornwall. If it had been the baby tornado coming down those stairs. Can you imagine Donito Mussolini descending those stairs with his postal bride? Trump or Thinskin, the screaming Mimi. God, if it had been the Tangerine Scream who was at the G7, he'd have barged everybody off that beach and just had a picture of himself, like Shamu. Beached, he would have been. Ancient Orange. Jaffa the Gut. The Peach Powder President. Agolf Twitler.
Oh, shut up!
Hairspray Haystack. I've got loads. None of them nice.
Don't be rude.
If you can't say something nice, just don't say anything at all. That's what the wacky waving inflatable tube said. Ain't that right, Bodge? Yeah. Your dearest husband's not the president anymore, Melania.
I don't care.
She's actually not that bothered. Josh texts, this week Bodge said the term special relationship with the USA makes us look needy and weak. It says, considering we recently launched an aircraft carrier and had to borrow American planes to put on it, I think we are both needy and weak. Yeah, that was pathetic. But needy and weak. I've got detailed files on that. I'll get into that after the news. Yeah, an aircraft carrier we got. Yeah, we got the aircraft carrier right enough. It has a small problem with sinking and all. You know, nothing that another couple of £1 billion won't fix. But we got the carrier. It's just that we ain't got no planes to put on them. We didn't realise, because I mean the clue is in the name, aircraft carrier. We understood the carrier part. It's just that we skipped over the aircraft bit. Never mind. I bet Rootin' Tootin' Shootin' Putin wakes up laughing. Matt emails, I expect the Prime Minister to possess gravitas and exude poise and composure. Johnson boasts none of these attributes. He does, however, take pride in wearing ill-fitting suits and likes to ruffle his hair just prior to appearing in public. Whoever claims Johnson doesn't possess leadership qualities is obviously mistaken. I think that last part was sarcastic, perhaps. He does ruffle his hair just prior to appearing in public. He absolutely does that. He's a man who disassembles himself before leaving the house, in case he looks smart. He seems to revel in looking like that. It's part of his act. It's the part of his act that's allowed him to get away with it, whatever it may be, throughout his entire life. Because he presents himself like a teddy bear. All very unthreatening. Cuddly, almost. Like you want to spit in your hand and smooth down his hair. women, I think, want to take care of him because they look at him and think, oh, what you need is a little care and attention. I'll do it. I'll tuck you in. They want to mummy him, like he's a baby. That's how he presents himself, like a teddy bear. And women, I guess, they go, oh, no. They must do. I mean, is it his is it his athletic physique that attracts them so? I doubt it. And the hair thing, it's to make him look like, I can't really take care of myself, so I'm presenting an unthreatening image. You got nothing to fear from me. Look, I can't even comb my own hair. I can barely tie my own shoes. And that act has allowed him to get away with it his entire life. That and that, every now and again, if you see him doing an interview, particularly with a woman, he'll throw those googly eyes. There'll just be a flash. Mostly sort of, all that. And then, just usually when he's disseminating a great untruth, he'll do that eye flash thing. As though it's a bit... Well, it's not a bit. It's enormously flirtatious. And I can't remember what her name was, but it's a woman interviewer on Sky. It's going around on the internet, and he was, dealing in mendacity. And he threw in that eye thing, and it was almost like he lit up inside. And she took it like a slap. Like, don't you try and flirt with me, Bodge. But that's what he does. That's his act. And boy, it's successful. It's got him to the very, very top. And he's had to stop, and that's what's worrying him. Oh, sing! Matt emails, I expect the Prime Minister to... No, I've read that one. I am way ahead of schedule. On the roadmap of this show, I am way ahead of schedule. I've got no idea where I'm going. But, wow, we are certainly making up good time, yes?
No.
Sheila says, you haven't mentioned BJ's jacket as yet. It had him labelled Prime Minister. Now I'm wondering, did he wear it to visit the school children to help him with their reading? Yeah, well, I've ticked off on this show several times the authoritarian checklist. And it's, strip the public funds of strip the public of their funds and give them to your mates. Tick. Attack the judiciary. Make the judges the enemy of the people. Tick. Demonise foreigners. Tick. In fact, you go all the way down the list and they're ticking every single one. Stuff the government with cronies and yes people. Absolutely. Root out anybody who is either intelligent or possesses a threat or might tell you that you're wrong. Tick. And the very last one on the list, the one that I thought we wouldn't get to, but we did just recently, was they appear in public in a COD military uniform. And they just awarded themselves jackets, didn't they, with what look like military badges with their name on. Prissy Patel has got one with Home Secretary written on it. She's the Home Secretary. Can you believe that?
No.
And Bodge has got one with Prime Minister written on it. You might as well put the Dear Leader on his back. Am I the only one that thinks that it's maybe not the best idea to have an international football match with actual fans? I mean, having football without the fans is... I sort of got used to it. I got used to that, the fake fan noise. It wasn't great because it never quite fitted, and you knew it was that there was nobody there, and so the fan noise was to drown out the players screaming obscenities at each other, and also to make it seem less weird. But there's going to be thousands of people coming here again. The government is doing it again. There'll be thousands and thousands and thousands of people coming here, and would anybody be remotely surprised if they did not bring another exciting new variant with them?
No.
Of course not. Of course not. It seems like that's the plan. Keep us permanently engaged in fear and perpetually on edge. Constantly at emergency strength.
Warning, warning.
Eddie emails, talking about being an opportunist. Can you imagine the course of history if only Bojo waited, W-E-I-G-H-T-E-D? Waited. That doesn't make sense. Well, why don't I read on, and then maybe it will later. Hi, Nick. Talking about being an opportunist. Can you imagine the course of history if only Bojo waited that it was in his interests to support to remain in the EU and ask his newspaper to publish the other and more convincing article of the two that he wrote and sent to the editor? The official version is that he couldn't make up his mind, either as an opportunist or a big, fat, useless man, or perhaps both. Well, that's offensive, Eddie. But it's a good point. Weighed, perhaps. He weighed up that it was in his interests to support Remain in the EU. Yeah, well, it's in his interests to do whatever he thinks is exactly like Trump in pretty much every respect. He just says whatever he thinks will get him the best reaction from whoever he is, it is that he's talking to. Scott texts, they also make wacky inflatable spanners. Yes. Or you could call it a wacky waving inflatable tool. Simon says, did you see Trump wearing his trousers backwards? Actually, one of the least shocking moments of the Tango 4. I saw people on Twitter were saying that he was wearing his trousers backwards, but I don't believe that that was the case. What occurred to me was that he was wearing, how shall I put it? Very thick underwear. Very thick padded underwear, which will give you complete confidence. It looked like it was a lot of underwear under there. And I felt unclean even thinking about it. Never mind about peering at it for about 5 minutes. The whole world was peering at Donald Trump's crutch for about 5 minutes.
Don't be rude.
Exactly. Awful.
And it's a disgrace. It's frankly a real disgrace. It's a disgrace.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Let's have Bromley. Michael.
Nick, you all right, mate?
Yes, good, thanks.
Yeah. All these booing players at the knee, Nick. The same group that do that and the same group that agree with that, would you agree that they're the same people call everyone woke? They
exactly.
Cancel culture.
Yes.
And they call everything political that they don't agree with. Now, let's go back to just in the past couple of years, just a few little examples. That Diversity, the boy band.
Oh.
Remember when they done that dance move?
Yes.
They wanted to cancel them.
Yep.
They did.
They did.
They wanted to boycott ice cream, Ben & Jerry's, immigration.
Boycott ice cream. That's right, yes.
Boycott supermarkets, Sainsbury's with their diversity scheme.
Yes.
What others do we have? Remember the Solidarity campaign, BLM, with PG Tips and Yorkshire? Wanted to cancel tea bags then.
Right.
So they, as you say, Nick, the quote what you say, they accuse people of that which they are guilty of.
Correct.
And literally, even the lady in the BBC, which they call left-wing, and I can't think of one left-wing socialist in the BBC, but that's another conversation.
Well, the BBC is run by one of the Conservative Party's biggest donors, and the second in command is an ex-Conservative councillor. So if they're left-wing, how far to the right do you have to be to think that they're left-wing?
I'll call them the raging right, Nick. That's what I do. And I've got a few mates. I'll call them raging righties, and I'll say those type of things to them. They say cancel culture and woke, but they're quick to try to cancel everyone. Even a lady at the BBC, I can't remember her name, but she retweeted or she liked something. They're calling for her to be sacked.
Yeah,
they are. So it is. I mean, it's all the case of okay. I don't mind basically saying, look, well, we have freedom of speech. Hold on a minute, you're not free to take down the Queen's picture. You're not.
Yes, exactly.
It's just
I mean, that's one of the stupidest things. In a stupid year, that's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard, that people were outraged that students should take a picture of the Queen down from in their common room. Why is there a picture of the Queen in students' common room?
Oh, no, I know. So I think there's a lot of hypocritical... And I'm a socialist, Nick. And I will admit...
well, you should have told me, a snowflake. No!
I'll admit, Nick, there are a few people on the left that can be a bit subject to cancel culture and wokery tactics. Mm-hmm. But I'll admit that, Nick. I will say there is a bit hypocritical this going on. But on the raging right, they won't even admit that. They'll think it's okay to... Oh, let's cancel tea bags, but, don't cancel the Queen.
All right, well spotted. Keep your eyes peeled, Michael. Ian tweets, I know a guy who always had his jacket collar twisted and in need of straightening, and it always works a treat. Ladies will always straighten it out at some point in the conversation. Totally contrived, but it works. Right, just make out that you need a woman's touch. Yeah, it's like if you got... like a hair askew, it's almost irresistible, the urge to flatten it, isn't it? Jeremy texts, Joe and Jill Biden look the part. Mrs. J looked like Bojo's carer. She did look, yeah. I saw one picture of Joe and Jill Biden, and they do look like... I mean, he's so tall and thin. Well, they both are. They do sort of look like a more evolved people, don't they? It's like Star Trek. Whenever they go to a planet with a more evolved race, they're always thin and tall, right? Well, that's kind of the opposite of Bodge. He looks like a cave dweller by comparison. It looked as though Carrie was taking him for a walk. There's a video of him. You've probably seen it. It's. I mean, if you want the perfect example of what I'm talking about, he went on one of his stupid photo opportunity jaunts. He did that again this week. He just loves the dressing up box, doesn't he? It's a perfect look at me while distracting you from everything I'm doing. Here I've dressed in a hard hat and a luminous jacket, and here I am in a white coat peering into a microscope. Paw! You know, all of that. For some unknown reason, he went and I think he was showing people how to disinfect chairs, and he was wiping a chair. Look it up on the internet. Do it straight away. I double dare you. Boris Johnson wiping a chair. Tell me that doesn't look like an exhibit at the zoo. Mark says, oh, the humanity, won't anybody think of the dry cleaners or branches of Pret? Well, what's that got to do with anything? Are we talking about getting office workers back out of their homes? Like wheedling them out of their homes with one of them things that you get whelks out of a shell with. What are they called? Snail picks or something. Yeah, nobody wants to leave their house anymore. They got used to it. Wow, it's just a better way of being, ain't it? And I say that as somebody who actually has to leave the house to come to work. But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
I prefer it, but I'm sure that a lot of people who have normal jobs would prefer to be at home because, so much better. And the weather on Monday is going to be fantastic. Would you rather be cooped up in an office, staring at it from the inside?
No.
Or would you rather work your face off in the morning and then go and enjoy the rest of the day? How marvellous. That's the way to do it. And then you could work double extra time on a Wednesday when it's going to be raining. Makes perfect sense to me. No, I read that. But what has that got to do with what we were talking about? Oh, the humanity, won't anyone think of the dry cleaners or branches of Pret? Does that have anything... It seems like a tweet from another show. Maybe it is. You've got to get your tweets in on the day, Mark. Finchley, Ambrosine.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm great, mate.
I want to talk. I don't know if you saw the video because I think you might have been online on the show. But the Queen, I don't know if you saw our Queen, and she was at the reception at G7, and it was like the entrance. They all came in, all the leaders. They came in like the entrance of Love Island. It was like they all were coming through, walking through the gardens and coming down to the chair. The Queen sat down. She looked absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I saw a picture of her in like a cream hat thing.
In a very nice.
She does good hat.
She does. And Boris was sitting next to her.
Yeah. Poor Queen, like she hasn't suffered enough.
And Macron was quite cozying up to her and looking after her.
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw another one of a little bit of the trip where Kate and Biden's Mrs. wife.
Who's Kate?
Were visiting. Kate Middleton.
Oh, out of Wills and Whatsit.
Sorry, have I said it wrong? Is it the Duchess of...
No, Kate, yeah, Wills and Whatsit.
Kate.
Whatsit, out of Wills and Whatsit, yeah.
Whatever. And her and Biden's wife were visiting a little nursery, which is... I'm so pleased that Biden didn't actually go himself.
Why is that?
In case he said something controversial.
Untoward.
Yes. Yes, but no, it was pretty nice. I mean, I don't know why she schlepped all the way to Cornwall, but
who? The Queen or Kate?
The Queen. It's a long way, isn't it?
Well, I'm sure she travelled in style. I mean, she wasn't out there thumbing a lift, was she? Oh, she probably went. She probably went by helicopter. I would very much doubt that she went any other way. Yeah.
Possibly.
I would imagine it would have been a half-hour trip, there or thereabouts.
Yes. But as I said, it just looked like the entrance of Love Island without the bikinis.
Well, see, I've never seen Love Island. Why would you waste your time watching Love Island? I don't even know what Love Island is. What is it?
Love Island is on every... Well, it wasn't on last year because of COVID.
Right.
Or it was. But anyway, Love Island is where you get a group of Instagrammers and wannabes, and they all come in very good-looking people, boys and girls, and they go into a villa in Spain, and
then they discreetly close their curtains, and we don't hear another thing about them.
Disgusting.
No, probably not. You're peeking into their every nook and cranny, particularly their crannies.
Yes, it's on every night. So you've got to maybe put it in your diary.
Yeah, I probably won't be doing that. I'm very, very busy, what with having to look out the window and sleep. Seriously, why are you wasting your life watching that tripe? Unless they're advertising with us, in which case it's an excellent show and you should try it.
I'd just quickly like to talk about the Canadian Prime Minister, if I could.
Yes.
If you could just tell me his name again.
Monsieur Trudeau.
That's right.
It's the spitting image of the guy from France. I mean, they're curious that they both speak the same language, but they look alike, don't they?
No, he is extremely. Let's take away the politics for now.
Yeah,
he's extremely handsome.
Extremely handsome. Mm-hmm.
And every time he appears,
can you say again like you just did? Please, Ambrosine, try to control yourself. He's a leader of state of Canada, wherever that is.
Enchanté.
Yeah.
Yes. But I think and he was looking after our Queen.
He was doing what?
He was.
What was he doing?
He was looking after our Queen very well.
Looking after the Queen. Yeah, well, that's very chivalrous. The French are known for their chivalry. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go with that.
Canadian French.
Again. Yeah, right.
Well,
you know that thing with the Canadians. They're absolutely notorious for being chivalrous.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but only the French side.
Yeah, the French side.
The American side, not so much. Anyway, Ambrosine, I think we've covered everything, haven't we? Yeah, including. Well, no, thank you. Appreciate it. What was that about? Does anybody have any idea?
No.
No, but it was entertaining. Entertained me. Hugh texts, Nick, I was at Wembley in 1966 as a 17-year-old watching all of England's group games between England, France, Mexico and Uruguay, and then the quarterfinals against Argentina, the semi-final against Portugal, and the final beating West Germany 4... Oh, spoiler alert.
Warning.
We won in 1966. Can you believe that?
No.
And we almost never mention it. Over and over and over again. They think it's all over. We mention that almost as much as we mention the Second World War. Like they're the only two things we've ever won. God, if this country won the lottery, we'd never shut up about that either. Anyway, he says, and then we beat Germany 4-2. I thought, wow, he says, more of this, please. That was before Gareth Southgate was born. 11 matches, including 2 semi-finals, 3rd and 4th place for the grand sum of £13. We're grand when I work, lad, says Hugh. Yeah. It's been literally wall to wall. We're either fighting the Second World War or we're rerunning that match again. Over and over and over again. Like it's the only thing that this country has to be proud of. We've got no end of things to be proud of. I mean, the Queen's hat collection, for a start. Oh, but this song, absolutely painful. How can she stand it every time she steps out of a carriage? Glenn says, Boris doesn't want anybody leaving the UK with pounds in their pockets that they could turn into euros. All vax and no fly. Right. Joe says, during the first week of 2020, The Sun had the front page headline, Bring Football Home. The byline was, the North to be included in bid for World Cup. I suspect the Prime Minister Orinoco Womble will be enthusing about a sport he couldn't care less about. Yeah, some of these texts and so on are confusing me. Like I'm a little unsure as to... Are you sure that you're tweeting the right show? Just checking. Always best to check. Walsall. Hello, Mick.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Before I ask the question, I've got a question for you.
Before you ask a question, you've got a question. Is that what you just said?
I've got a question for you.
Yes.
Because you might be the man for it.
Right.
What the hell is woke?
Well, if you look at the dictionary definition of woke, it is those who are sensitive to injustices in society.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, those who are sensitive to injustice in society.
So they're woke.
That is what woke actually means. Yeah,
that's what it means.
But what it's being used as
I kept hearing it mentioned, and I ain't got a clue what it meant.
What people use it for is to denigrate anybody who they disagree with. Mostly those who express concern for others. That's what woke means in the hands of the people who yell it a lot.
Yeah.
Because apparently showing concern for the feelings of others is apparently about the lowest thing that any human being can do in the mind of those people that shout woke all the time.
So what you're saying is if I disagreed with someone that was doing that, then I'd be woke.
If you were showing concern for others, Mick, then you would be guilty of wokery.
Wokery?
Yeah.
That's a new word. I've never been guilty of wokery before.
You've never been concerned about the feelings of other people?
Well, no.
Good.
I would say.
I'm glad to hear it.
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, well,
I'd just say
I'm
I
not
didn't
glad
know
then.
I'd ever been guilty of something called woke.
Right.
It's a new one. Anyway, that's not really what I want to talk about.
Wait, but at least you spent almost all of your allotted time talking about it. You got a minute and a half. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to go on about Boris Johnson.
Yeah.
Going on about the fact that they might have to extend from the 21st of June.
Right.
I thought it had already finished.
They're thinking about extending the period of our incarceration because of their staggering ineptitude. If you do believe that it is actually ineptitude on their part rather than a plan just to keep us in a permanent state of emergency during which they can get away with absolutely anything.
But the point is, most people have stopped doing it anyway.
Yes. That's a good point.
I just said to the lady, admittedly I didn't do it deliberately, I just forgot.
Right.
I walked into Pets for us to get some fish.
Pets are us, yes.
Pets are us to get some fish, tropical fish.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't until I walked back to the car that I realised I'd been in there without a mask on.
Without a mask?
Yeah.
Right.
No one said nothing.
Yeah, I forget it myself. Usually I leave it in the car and then go all the way over to the supermarket.
Stop whining.
Which is about 10 yards or more. And then when I get to the entrance and there's a bloke there with a mask on with, one of those squeezy bottles of squirt. And I think, oh, God, I've left it in the car again. I've got to go all the way back over there.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Back to the car and get my blooming mask.
Best to carry one in your pocket.
Well, see, I know that.
Well, I just forgot.
I know that. Best to carry one in your pocket. I'm aware of that, but I forgot, didn't I? Like you.
Well, I walked in and spoke to a few people, got me fish, went to the till.
How many fish did you get?
Paid them 12, 13.
God. What are you feeding the
13.
fish to?
Pardon?
What are you feeding the fish to?
I'm not. It's a tropical fish from a fish tank.
Right. So it wasn't like dinner?
No, I did have a row from the chip shop earlier.
See, no, but that's fish too. And don't forget that fish are people. Fish are people too, Mick. Never forget that. But anyway, thanks a lot, mate, and we appreciate your cooperation.
Thank you.
Katie emails, evening, Nick. I nearly choked on my spuds when I heard you defending Gordon Brown. Although Gordon and Boris aren't physically similar, says Katie. He says, Katie says, although Gordon and Boris aren't physically similar, they are still from the boys' club. And have you forgotten Gordon B's dreadful mouth movements? Oh, I had horrid flashbacks. No, I have not forgotten that. Well, they may be both boys, Katie, but they're not from the boys' club. Most certainly not. They couldn't be more unalike. He didn't go to eat and he went to Kirkcaldy. And I hope that's clear. Phil tweets, I think you'll find the trousers were the right way round. It was Trump who was on backwards. Yeah, I had that thought myself. Beat me to it. Donald Trump's trousers were on the right way. It's just Donald Trump put himself on backwards. Yeah, no, I think that they were gentleman's confidence underpants. Joseph tweets, that's my guess. Either that or he was wearing like 10 pairs of underwear. It just looked weird. But I can't forgive myself for gawping at Donald Trump's crutch for, at least several minutes. Awful. And the thing that kept occurring to me over and over again...
I know a lot about wind.
Yeah, exactly.
I know a lot about wind.
I bet you do. Kate emails, do you ever remember a cartoon called, maybe, Mr. Ben? He would visit a costume shop and become a different character every time. Does that remind you of our dear leader when it comes to photo opportunities? Why, yes, it does, Kate. But I know what Mr. Ben is, but I've never seen that show either. The number of shows I haven't seen. My education is is wanting. I am wanting to be educated. Abingdon. Hello, Dean.
Hello, Nick. Good evening to you.
Yes, Dean.
I just want to have a say about all these leaders going down to Cornwall.
Yeah.
They're all flying in with their big jets, and then they're talking about the environment. I thought it was a joke.
Mm-hmm.
But the best one of all was Boris got a jet from London and flew to Cornwall.
Right.
And I thought that was just unbelievable at
Well,
the taxpayers' expense.
Yes, of course. His jet does seem a bit grand for him, and his.
Absolutely. I thought it was the Queen's flight, not the Boris flight.
Right,
you know?
it would be a bit grand for her too. I mean, how much of a retinue do they carry with them? It must be a half a dozen people, a dozen at most. Any more than that is unnecessary.
Absolutely, but then you see, like, Macron and all that, and Germany even, they could have come on by train and then by car, instead of flying over.
Right.
You know,
Well, they could have done, but the thing with Cornwall is it's just absolutely miles away from anywhere. It takes so long to get there. You know how long it takes to get to Cornwall by train? Neither can I, neither do I off the top of my head. I think it's like 6 hours, something like that. It's just it's a stupidly long time to get there. It's ridiculous. It's in this country. Why does it take so long to get there? So I sort of understand that they would want to get there by plane because, Bodger doesn't have anything to do other than rifle through the dressing up box and have his photograph taken, going, poor! But the other leaders of countries, they're busy. They've got stuff to do, so they want to get in, get it done, and get out again. So I understand that, people, high-powered, highfalutin people like that would want to get in and out on a plane. But it does strike me that the person who was most comically calling for the protection of the environment and saving the planet from climate change was Chaz, out of the royal family. That guy. Who, as I said at the beginning of the programme, lives in manors, palaces, cottages, estates, lodges, houses and castles, each of which is heated, dusted, cleaned and staffed to his exact specifications 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. There can't be another family on Earth that has as much of a carbon footprint as our royal family. Name me the family that is more dangerous to the environment than our royal family. There can't be a single other family in the world that chews through more electricity and gas and natural resources than our own royal family. There can't be. I mean, all the folderol that goes with it. The horses and the hats and all that stuff. So to go there and lecture us about we must all do our bit to protect the environment, well, excuse me, Your Worship, if I find that amusing. Dean, you must get yourself a new phone, because whatever you're using is abysmal.
Really, I'm sorry, Nick.
Well, you don't have to be apologetic. Just get yourself down to the shop straight away, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Promise me you'll do that. Thanks a lot, mate. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Philip tweets, no, got that one. Joseph tweets, Euro 2020 open tonight with a giant hologram of Bongo performing. Oh, God, what's Bongo's problem now?
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Bonio out of U2. A giant hologram of Bonio performing. Haven't we suffered enough these past 18 months, says Joseph.
Rock and roll!
Yeah, what was he performing? What song was he singing? It's a beautiful day. That one. Just a guess. Kate emails, do you remember, I read that. Paul says, did you note the irony in our glorious Prime Minister taking a plane to Cornwall so we can put forward a plan for decreasing carbon emissions? Yeah, I think we've dealt with that. By the way, the lights are about to go out.
Oh, no.
They've decommissioned the Dungeness nuclear power station, haven't they? Does Kent have electricity anymore?
No.
No, it's been sent back to the Stone Age, which, of course, is not that far a trip for Kent. That's an actual fact. Yorkshire, Mike.
Nick, a couple of little ones for you.
Couple of three.
No, just a couple this time. The timing of Boris's wedding, it baffled me at the time. A, why anyone would marry him, but B, about the timing of it. And then it dawned on me when I saw the pictures of Carrie today. There she is, felt opportunity. Like you were saying about Donald Trump, opportunity with Team Cornwall.
Right.
There she is. So she can show Wilfred in the future when Boris has disappeared. Here's Mummy with the President of the United States. Here's Mummy with the President of France.
Yeah.
Here's Mummy with the Chancellor of Germany. Of course, she had to slot the wedding in there so that she could appear at the G7.
Yeah, she wasn't first girlfriend anymore. She was first lady.
Absolutely. So she's quite a little planner, this one. She's not to be underestimated.
Right.
Second one, no one's brought it up tonight. Hancock's evidence.
Oh, God.
This week. I mean, what amazed me, I sat and listened to it because I've got nothing better to do.
Of course.
But at the end of the next day, the Tory press, Tory ministers, Tory MPs, everything else, all came out with the same thing. He was great. He gave evidence for 4 hours, and he only didn't tell the truth on 3 occasions.
Oh, yeah?
Which is absolutely appalling. If you think about it, we'll ask you 100 questions. If you lie 3 times, then you're truthful.
Right. No,
it doesn't work. I mean, he came out and said there wasn't a national shortage of PPE.
Yeah.
So we defined the word national. 50 hospitals ran out. 10,000 district nurses didn't have PPE. 50,000 care workers didn't have PPE.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a national shortage. It was just a distribution.
Yeah. What else?
And the public buy this.
Enough of the public to give them a stonking majority by it, which is a huge minority, of course.
Yeah,
but our screwed up system means that you can become a dictator practically with a minority of the public voting for you.
Absolutely, and the only hope I think Labour have got at the next election is if they come out in favour of PR.
Yeah. Exactly. If they do a deal like Oxfordshire Council have done, and it's a rainbow coalition. Only by teaming together will the majority view of the people in this country be heard, because otherwise we will be perpetually led by the minority. Like I've said for years on this show, we are now being led by whoever shouts the loudest. Oh, he's gone.
No, I'm gone. No, I quite agree with. No, I absolutely agree with you.
You were stunned into silence.
You're normally gone with about another 3 or 4 bits, but
right.
Yeah, we are. We've got into a situation where minority rules.
Yeah,
and it is absolutely appalling. And
it is.
What bothers me most is the fact that you can get Hancock up there. Believe Cummings or you don't believe Cummings, but he's got no access to ground at the minute in terms of telling the truth. But you get people not being honest and misleading you. And Hancock said at one point, which really grated, I mean, I have family in the NHS, and Hancock said, we've referred 4,000 care workers in the Northwest for tests. There were no tests within 100 miles. There were only 400 tests within 200 miles.
Yeah.
But he stood there at a briefing and said, I referred 4,000 care workers for a test.
Right. Mendacity.
Pardon?
Mendacity.
Yeah. It's just...
Cat on a hot tin roof, by the way. Cat on a hot tin roof.
Yeah.
Mendacity, Big Daddy. Yeah, okay, Mike. I share your open-mouthed amazement. Yeah, okay. It's like Donald Trump. Donald Trump's cult fans, they haven't gone away. They're skulking around the darkest corners of the internet, moaning at each other.
Stop whining.
About, they stole the election. All that nonsense. And they're now saying, well, you see, Trump was right. He said that it was China that accidentally released it from a lab or deliberately released it from a lab. But it was something about a lab. It was on the slab, in the lab, and it got out. So said Donald Trump. Or he said that hydroxychloride is going to save your life. See, he was right. Twice. And by that logic, everything else he ever said is also correct. Just find one thing that he said in amongst that sea of lies that turned out to be true, and that apparently validates everything he ever said to his cult fans. Like people say a lot, a stopped clock is right twice a day. Or once a day if it's 24-hour clock. That's actually true too. Kathy texts, was really good to hear that Matt Hancock set the record straight regarding the lack of PPE procurement during the height of the pandemic. He sure put them lying NHS frontline workers wearing bin bags in their place. Yeah, this bloke, I mean, really. I think that Bodge keeps him on just to use him as a deflector shield for people's ire. If you're furious at that bloke with that permanently perplexed, boggle-eyed look on his face, then you're not furious with the Bodge. I think he uses him as like a distraction bomb. Matt Hancock pinned the blame for government errors last spring on faulty scientific advice. Faulty! He said he bitterly regretted not overruling the faulty scientific advice. Matt Actual Hancock said the reason that so many people had died on his watch wasn't his fault. It was the fault of people much smarter than he is. The Health Secretary used an appearance before MPs to hit back at Dominic Cummings, dismissing claims of lying. Liar! Hancock argued that his decisions had been based on the best evidence at the time, but repeatedly suggested his official advice had been flawed. It weren't me. I ain't done nothing, he said. A decision not to prioritise tests for patients being discharged into care homes was partly down to advice that testing people without symptoms would produce false positives, he said. But he also said that he didn't have the tests anyway. So which was it? He said he had had an instinct that asymptomatic spread was a problem, and he should have stuck to his guns, despite official scepticism. If only Matt Hancock had listened to Matt Hancock, then we would all have been saved. If you look up the minutes to SAGE, their meeting on the 28th of January, it says there is limited evidence of asymptomatic transmission, but early indications imply some is occurring. So they knew that on the 28th of January that there was evidence of asymptomatic transmission. So he got that wrong when he said that he had an instinct that asymptomatic spread was a problem. And he should have stuck to his guns despite official scepticism. Officials told him on the 28th of January that indications imply that some is occurring. So he got that wrong. Curious. Hancock also argued that lockdown was delayed because, quotes, the clear advice at the time was that there's only a limited period that people would put up with restrictions. Which wasn't really science, was it? It was guessing. And it's hard to believe at that point that we would have objected if there was a killer disease out there. I mean, if people you know are dying, then you would think that people's objections to being stuck indoors might be muted. So I think he got that wrong too. And besides, Bodger was desperate to not lock down. So it wasn't calls from outside saying that people wouldn't put up with restrictions. Like a horror film, that call was coming from inside the building. And of course, Bodger was desperate not to lock down because he wanted a Brexit win. And he was sucking up to the tangerine scream at the time.
Don't be rude.
Hancock rejected claims from Cummings at a previous hearing last month that he said ministers planned to blame scientists for errors. I don't think so, said Matt Hancock. And then spent the entire time blaming scientists. And then said that the plan was not to blame scientists. I've been saying this all along. I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so, I told you so, I told you so. I said that if they just keep saying we're following the science, they're using it as a deflector shield. If it goes right, they take the credit. If it goes wrong, it's somebody else's fault.
Correct.
Cummings claimed that Matt Hancock should have been fired for up to 20 things, including, but not limited to, repeatedly lying to the Prime Minister. And Matt Hancock, who, unbelievably, is still the Health Secretary, emphatically denied claims that he lied to the Prime Minister and sought to blame the Chancellor. Fishy Patel. No, Fishy Sunak. Patel's the other one. That's Prissy. I can't believe it took me this long to think of, because I really grates on me saying dishy Sunak. I mean, come on. Fishy, though, well, that makes perfect sense. Very fishy. I mean, I could have gone through the alphabet and just come up with something that rhymes with Rishi. I can't believe it's taken me so long. Anyway, Cummings claimed that Hancock should have been fired for up to 20 things, including repeatedly lying to the Prime Minister. Liar! The Health Secretary emphatically denied claims that he lied to the Prime Minister and sought to blame the Chancellor and the head of the NHS for PPE shortages. Right, well, there is, of course, no evidence that Matt Hancock has ever told an untruth, apart from all the times that he's told an untruth. I feel a little bit lightheaded, because I've just looked at how long it takes to get from London to St Ives in Cornwall. 6.5 hours. Can you believe that? That's by train. 6.5 hours by train. What is it, steam train? It'd be quicker to walk. Why does it take that long? It's less than 300 miles. 6.5 hours. I mean, if you got out and pushed, it shouldn't take that long. Liz texts, are you any relation to Diane Abbott? Yeah, well, curiously, Liz, yes, we're twins. When we stand side by side, no one can tell the difference. Abby says, we now know the reason for the hush-hush quickie wedding of Boris and Carrie, so she can attend the G7 summit as Mrs. Johnson rather than as his live-in partner stroke baby mother. Rather than as his current girlfriend, yeah. Anyway, back at Matt Hancock. Matt Hancock says I never lied, not nor nothing. Liar! Yeah, apart from when he did. Like when he told MPs that in Bolton, jabs were going into arms at a rate of tens of thousands every single day. That's what he said? No. Official government statistics show that at that point, daily inoculations had never topped 5,500 in Bolton and were actually around the 2,000 mark. He said tens of thousands every single day, and they were actually around the 2,000 mark, not tens of thousands. Those were probably some of those figures that Matt Hancock doesn't recognise.
Affirmative.
They keep coming out with that phrase, oh, I don't recognise those figures. Hancock insisted that trust in official policy had increased significantly since Dominic Cummings' departure at the end of last year. Public trust in official policy had increased significantly since Dominic Cummings left, saying that government is now more efficient, more effective, there's better communication inside of government, there's better sense of teamwork, and that is so important in a pandemic, and the public have undoubtedly noticed this improvement, he said. Have you noticed it?
No.
No. And furthermore...
No.
No, we haven't noticed an improvement, Matt. Not so far. Is this you doing your best? Honestly, it's still the chaotic shambles it was before. There's no difference, except it's even more secretive, authoritarian, Trump-like and creepier, if that's possible. And any time there's a scintilla of bad news, off goes Bodge on some dressing-up box photo opportunity to get himself snapped in a white coat or a hard hat to take your mind off, everything. It's just another distraction exercise, ain't it, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Hancock said that East Asian countries hit by the previous outbreaks of SARS and MERS were, in his words, better prepared than we were because they had a test and trace capacity set up. Really? Does that include New Zealand? 26 deaths in New Zealand so far from COVID. Not 26,000, not 2,600. 26 people out of a population of 5 million. How about Australia? Is that an East Asian country? Australia, 910 deaths out of a population of 25 million people. Finland. Is Finland in South Asia? 964 deaths out of a population of 5.5 million people. And we're about 130,000. So it's not East Asian countries. I think it's countries run by authoritarian regimes that have done particularly badly. Hancock said that decisions to stop routine test and trace in March and not to test those going into care homes were inevitable results of lack of tests. He said, unlike other countries, we did not go into this with a testing capacity. No, we didn't. And we didn't have enough personal protection equipment either. If only there had been a government committee that had alerted the regime to that fact in 2018. And you're right. There was a committee that reported just that months before COVID hit, and the government not only ignored them, but Boris Johnson closed that committee down. He closed down the committee whose job it was to prepare for a pandemic just before we had a pandemic.
Oh, fabulous.
If you don't like the message, burn the message and shoot the messenger. Seems to be the rule. And one of Dominic Cummings' key allegations was that Matt Hancock promised the Prime Minister that people were being tested for COVID-19 before being sent into care homes. He did say that. Or more accurately, he said he would test patients before sending them into care homes. And then recently explained that he meant he would do it, as in he would do it in the future, not that he would do it now. Do you get the distinction?
No.
Yeah, it's very, very subtle. And seems like, what's the phrase of the day? Rewriting history to me. Seems like rewriting history. Don't worry, I'll do it. Sounds like you're going to do it now. Not, I will do it at some vague point in the future, which we may never get to. Hancock said one of the two key lessons for the future was that Britain needed a standing testing capacity. Oh, like a test and taste system. Is that what you mean?
Contact testing, tracing. Forgive me. Contact
Give
tracing.
it up, Bodge. You're never going to get it. He said one of the two key lessons for the future was that Britain needed a standing testing capacity and an at-scale contact tracing capacity, so that when a new pathogen hits, we could be ready to pounce on it. Like a cat. Yeah, we could hire the wife of a Tory MP and she could spend another £37 billion on something else that doesn't work. Great idea. Hancock said the Indian variant now accounted for 91% of all cases in England as it rapidly takes over from the Kent strain. And wouldn't it have been a great idea to keep it out of the country? But this regime did not do that. They allowed 20,000 people to come from that country. Clues in the name, the Indian variant. 20,000 people were allowed to come from India. because Bodge was at the time trying to suck up to India for a trade deal. So we didn't close the border to them. We shut it to Bangladesh and to Pakistan, but not to India, because we weren't in Bangladesh or Pakistan begging for some Brexit boost. I suppose they'll tell us the science told them to do that too. Is a bad science. I bet if the Indian variant arrived on a dinghy in Kent, they'd have launched the gunboats to keep it out, but it arrived by plane at Heathrow, so there was nothing they could do. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Awful. Jill texts, the Queen sat down and said to the Prime Minister, we should look like we are happy. Is that true? Love her, says Jill. We should look like we're happy. If she said that, that's funny. Lip readers were on the case. Andrew says, when you coughed just now on that stale biscuit, it made me want to cough too. I know that when somebody yawns, it also makes me want to yawn, but I didn't know that it worked for coughs as well. Well, neither did I. Have you been eating Steve Allen's stale biscuits? Doesn't that sound like the name of an album by the Small Faces? Steve Allen's Stale Biscuits by the Small Faces. Buy it now.
Rock and roll!
Ted emails, night service to Penzance takes about 8 hours. What? 8 hours? Why? It's less than 300 miles away. Shouldn't you be able to do that in 3 hours? Why does it take 6.5 hours ordinarily, 8 hours overnight? It's less than 300 miles. Why does it take so long? Shouldn't you be able to do that in 3 hours? I mean, don't we have trains that go 100 mile an hour? If it's less than 300 miles, they should be able to do it in 3 hours. Yes? Why does it take so long? God, it's like travelling in the 1950s. With those, I mean, the stuff that we used to do. Boy, talk about a health and safety failure. You used to lean out of the window to have to... You used to have to do that to open the door. You used to have to lean fully out of the window, your entire upper body. And it used to take great strength, too. As a child travelling on the train, I can remember being concerned at not being able to get out. Unless there was a grown-up leaving ahead of me. Because it was very, very difficult to open those doors. I could have been stuck on that train forever. But that's what you had to do. It were rough when I were a lad. As you entered the station, you leant out of the window to open the door. And this door, which must have weighed a ton, is travelling into the station at about 15 miles an hour, swinging open. So any unsuspecting person on the platform is going to get knocked out. And you tell that to the young folk today, and they won't believe you. I can barely believe it myself. Roger texts, Nick, we're in the 21st century, but roads leading down to Cornwall are from the 19th century. That's why it takes forever. Yeah, but I'm talking about trains. If the trains are on the roads, well, I've identified the problem right there. They want to try laying tracks. Better. Ted emails, and I've read that one. A spy report from around the G7 area. Rebecca emails, I'm in Cornwall, close to the G7, and it's actually pretty exciting for down here. Navy ships in the bay, police all over the harbour, patrol boats, police divers, every other vehicle's a police van, Marine Force One, Ospreys. Ospreys? What, the birds? Or is that a helicopter? Is that a helicopter? I'll assume it's a helicopter. She says, Biden's motorcade is something else. Yeah, I bet. Boris's hair is the same colour as the sand. All right. Keep us updated, Rebecca. Andy emails, Matt Hancock tells nothing but the truth. True, 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 except for the lies. Yeah, apart from that part. Kate says, in the 60s, my husband and I took a coach holiday to Newquay. We travelled all night and changed at the same place, at some place for another coach to finish the journey. Right. That was in the 1960s. She's still travelling back now. She'll get back before before her postcards do. No, wait, the other way around. Oh, never mind. It's getting late. Andrew says, don't forget that Hancock only met the 100,000 testing target by counting 40,000 that were just posted out. He's still right proud of hitting that target by fiddling the figures. Would you believe it? Well, as a matter of fact...
Yes.
Yes, I would believe it. The only reason that man is still in position must be that Bodger is using him as a deflector shield. Somebody much more visible to direct the public's ire at. As soon as he has squeezed the use out of him, he'll be thrown aside, I betcha. He'll be tossed out on a heap with that other most useful idiot. Mentioning no names. Paul tweets, the Queen actually said today, are you supposed to look as if you're enjoying yourself, to the amusement of the attendees? I have to say, she looked great in that hat. Where did you get that hat, ma'am? Angela texts, forgotten all about the clatter and the banging of the railway carriage doors that we used to get on and off at the stations. That they used to make great noise. In fact, public transport in general used to make a terrific noise in this country. I mean, apart from steam trains, which of course are, some of the greatest noises that have ever been invented, there is the thing that I've waxed lyrical about on this show many times before, the the bus conductor's ticket machine thing that used to hang around their necks. It must have bent their spines. I mean, it's a heavy thing they used to carry all day long. But they would shift the dials about to get the required fare and then whiz it around with a handle on the side. That used to make the most fantastic noise. And the closing of a train door, clunk. Marvellous. You don't get that these days. It just goes, psh, rubbish. John says, they still have those old trains with the pull-down windows and the heavy doors running from London to Norwich. No way. No, they do not. I don't believe you. Health and safety wouldn't allow it these days. I mean, you can't enter a station at great speed with the doors of the train flapping open in case it discombobulates a passenger waiting to get on. I don't believe it. I think you are a mendacious, is what I think. Patrick texts, I've been doing the Penzance line for most of my life. It takes about 3 hours from Reading to Plymouth and then another 6.5 hours to cross the Tamar River, calling at 50,000 windswept Cornish platforms in the middle of nowhere while the driver steps off to pick flowers. To pick flowers? Groovy. A hippie is driving that train. That's ridiculous. Isn't it? I mean, no wonder all the world leaders flew there. We've got a public transport system that hasn't improved any since the 1950s, and we're still building the same thing. HS2. I mean, they've gone so far now, they've spent so many billions of dollars that it's become too much loss of face to stop it now. Nobody wants to be the one that the press will start screaming at for having cancelled something that's cost so much already. It's lunatic. It's ancient technology. It's completely unnecessary now that people are used to doing the sensible thing, which is working from home and having those business meetings on Zoom. Other applications are available, I'm sure. Business persons do not spend the day now going to some airless office in a blooming estate in Slough to have a pointless meeting with some area manager. They call them up on a phone. Do they have phones in Birmingham?
Yes.
Well, use it then. It wasn't for tourists, was it? I mean, there's no great need for tourists to go between London and Birmingham and back. That's not what it was for. It was for business persons. It was to connect the two major cities of business in this country. Birmingham's the second city outside London. And then they were going to include Manchester and Leeds and etc. and so on. But the whole point of the railway has been upended. Now we've had COVID, and COVID has shown us a better way of life. I mean, it's better for the environment apart from anything else. Not doing all that travel. It's better for the people, the people concerned as well. I mean, to go to a 1-hour meeting from Birmingham to London, that's your entire day. When you could be better spent back at your place of business making widgets or whatever it is that you do. But as I said, no politician wants to get slapped in the face by a red-top tabloid who's screaming at them all this money that's got wasted. So, but they're going to waste even more money just to avoid loss of face. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
I am stunned. Let's have Blackpool. Anthony.
Hello.
Anthony.
Hi. You may or may not have heard this, but you were talking about the evocative sounds of British transport.
Yes.
Okay. And one of those, of course, was the ticket, what was it, on the buses, when they used to wind round their machine.
Yes.
As you said, they hand round their neck. And you may have seen this, I don't know, you may not have, but quite a long time ago, Jonathan Miller, the great Jonathan Miller, was being interviewed by Michael Parkinson. And Miller has a stutter. And he was on the upper deck of a London bus, and he could hear the ticket collector coming ever nearer. You know, whatever that's bad impression.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
He wasn't like, and he was thinking, how can I say one to the Marble Arch? He was going to the Marble Arch. He was getting increasingly desperate, and as the man loomed in front of him, he said to him, "One to the Arch of Marble."
Right.
Is that your reaction? Okay, I wasted my.
You had to be there, I suppose. It was one of those you had to be there moments.
Well, Jonathan Miller maybe told it better.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'm not Parky, so it's a double fail.
Evidently not. Oh my word, that's really poor.
You get nothing, null point.
Well, I'll go to bed then.
Okay. The best place for you. Thanks a lot, Anthony. Off to bed now. In disgrace. Mary texts, a caller said that Boris had hair the colour of sand. This is very useful if you plan to bury your head in it for a period of time. Oh, well spotted there, Mary. Totally camouflaged. If you want to bury your head in the sand, Bodge, you've already got the hair to camouflage it. Nobody will notice you're there. Ain't that right? John says, it's a well-known fact that Matt Hancock... no, I've read that one. Julie says, old-style train indicator boards. Lovely old... Oh, the ones that they flip over. Yeah, that is good. Yeah. Well remembered there, Julie. Yeah, they don't do that now. Modern transport doesn't really have any good sounds at all. Mind the gap between the train and the platform edge. I mean, there's nothing evocative about that, is there? I can't think of anything that I like the sound of on public transport. If you see something suspicious, they're just irritating. I mean, just go on and on and on. Yeah, there's nothing similar to it at all. I can't think of a single thing about the sound of modern public transport, any public transport, that is a romantic sound. People in decades to come will not remember any of those sounds. beep, 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 before the doors close. What's nice about that? Nothing at all. It's all designed to be annoying, not romantic. What's wrong with a bit of romance when you're travelling, eh? Oh, and by the way, I probably said this before, but it's worth repeating frequently, just in case, you get caught out like I did. If you ever travel on one of those steam trains, do not, under any circumstances... Warning! Stick your head out the window and look forwards. I suppose it's possible that you could look backwards without being in danger of great personal harm. But do not look forwards. Don't do it. Because you will get 2 eyeballs full of boiling hot ash, which is very, very unpleasant, particularly as you will probably be in one of those trains that is just like the old-style carriages. There's no corridor, which means that there's no toilet. You can't rush to the toilet to wash the hot ashes out of your eyes. God, it was one of the most excruciating experiences of my life. I thought, this is great. I'm on a steam train. But you don't really get a sense of being in a steam train because you're in a carriage. So it's just like a train. So in order to get that full steam train experience, I stuck my head out of the window. Warning! Big mistake, huge. Because in all of that smoke that comes out of the funnel of a train, it's boiling hot ash. It's like somebody taken 2 shovelfuls of it and filled up my eyelids. It was awful. So don't do that. And you can thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
Albert texts with an excellent point. He says the overnight train to Penzance is a sleeper train. Taking 8 hours means that passengers get a good night's sleep. Well, I bet they don't. I bet they don't. But that's the plan anyway. He says if the time were cut to 5 hours, then it would either have to depart in the wee small hours or arrive at some uncivilized hour in the morning. Yeah, but they can't cut it to 5 hours though, Albert. I just checked. At any time of the day or night, it takes at least 6.5 hours to get from London to St Ives. 6.5 hours. That means that it's averaging speeds of about just over 40 miles an hour. The train. What year is it? It's 2020 or something. It's the 25th century. Catch up. We got trains that run on average 40 miles an hour to get us to Cornwall. 6.5 hours to get anywhere in this country. That's ridiculous. No wonder they all went by plane. John says, it's a well-known... I keep reading that one over and over again. Why didn't they tell Matt Hancock to cancel HS2? He'll find someone to take the fall, says Mark. If they give it to Matt Hancock, he'll kill it. It weren't me, mister. I ain't done nothing. Let's have Wimbledon. Humphrey.
Good morning, Nick.
Humphrey.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Yes, the ticket machines which will be used on trains and on buses too, and exactly where they were made, and whose firm it was, and the location.
What? Whose firm was it?
It was a very, very good personal friend of ours, Michael Ingram.
No, but okay, I didn't actually mean the name of the person. I mean, like, what was the name of the firm?
The name of the firm was Michael X.
Michael X.
In charge of stuff.
Right.
Michael X. MyCalex. Lovely in sounds and stuff.
One of my favourite sounds of all time. Yeah.
Yeah. And he was a very good friend of ours, had 2 lovely daughters. And we went to a huge, great big wedding, 400 people.
Okay, but never mind about that. I'm just concentrating on the sound of the machine that he made. It was fantastic. All that gearing and the, I don't know what made that noise, but it was just mild. I can hear it in my mind right now.
Yep.
Can you hear it in my mind?
I can, yes, sir. Yes. And he also
Really?
They were also pioneering computers too in that film as well. Because, I was employed by an employee of his, a chap called Newington Bridges, who employed me in his printing
right. Yeah.
work.
Never mind about all that. I'm just concentrating on the sound of that ticket thing that he made. But you've brought it all back, and I'm glad that you can hear the sound in my mind. If in fact that you are right about that. Thanks a lot, Humphrey. Of course, you may be hearing noises in your mind, but I've got absolutely no idea, one way or the other. Winnie texts, my train was pulling out from Liverpool when a young guy ran and... wait. Oh, okay. My train was pulling out from Liverpool when a young guy ran and threw himself through the open window. He was like a stunt man. The platform guard blew the whistle to stop the train. He was dragged off. I thought he was really cool and should have been allowed to stay on. Yes. Oh. Now, you didn't tell us when that happened. Because I don't know whether... Can you open the... You can't even open the windows, apart from those little flap windows at the top, to get a bit of air in, to blow the virus out. But in the old days, God, that would have been marvellous. And they dragged him off the train. That seems a cruel and unusual punishment. He should have got a round of applause. No! Or, as it's known these days, a boo. Phil tweets, the slam door carriages on the London to Norwich route are still slam doors, but they're fitted with a central door locking system due to people falling out of trains on a previous route before they started on the Norwich route. Well, that's no good. For your protection. See, every time you came into the station, there was the danger that... Because nobody waited until the train was at a full stop before they opened the door. Any more than people on a plane wait till you've got to the, the tube that sucks you out of a plane. It's like a Hoover. It sucks you out of the plane, that tube that they stick on the side of a plane. Nobody waits till the plane is at a standstill. No, the moment it's on the tarmac, everybody's on their feet reaching for their case. And then they stand there for 10 minutes. Why do they do it? Morons. We're surrounded by morons. It's like they've never flown before. You got to wait till the plane comes to a standstill, and then there's painful minutes, hours it seems, before they stick on the sucky tube onto the side of the plane, and you can all go and wait for your cases. Because you've got to do that too, you know. Doesn't matter how quickly you get off the plane, you've still got to go and wait by the carousel for what seems like an epoch. And everybody's case on earth comes out first, and you think, well, they've lost it. They've definitely lost it. All of that stuff that I had in my suitcase, I should have packed it in my carry-on luggage. I can remember I was changing planes in Bangkok, going from Phuket, changing in Bangkok, and then I think going to London, or maybe it was the other way around. And I was freaking out because I thought, I've got like 30 minutes to get off one plane and onto another. I'm never going to do it. It's not possible. And the person that put me on said, well, I'll put this ticket on your suitcase and it will be, spirited to the front of the queue. And I thought, yeah, that's right. That's what's going to happen. It'll get spirited to the front of the queue. Right. And I got off the plane and I arrived at the carousel, and the first case that came out of the carousel was mine. I couldn't believe it. It was like all my birthdays and Christmases were lined up together. I'm stunned to this day. How did I get onto that? I have no idea. This show's got out of control. I'm sitting in the driver's seat, but someone else has got the. It's be like one of those electric cars that gets taken over by a robot.
Correct.
Croydon. Hello, Valerie.
Hello.
Valerie.
I was travelling on a bus the other day, and a few months ago.
Yeah, minding your own affairs.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as I sat there, I realised that there was a new message coming through, and this was because a pram or a pushchair was getting on the bus, and the driver obviously switched this on. And first time I'd heard it, and it said, "In the interests of safety, will everybody please stay with their buggy?" So I thought that's a peculiar thing to say. I've never heard of infants referred to as that before. And so I listened again, and this time it came out as, "In the interests of safety, will everybody stay with their buggers?"
I'm sure it didn't.
I thought he said buggy, and I thought he said buggers, and I thought, I've never heard infants referred to as that before.
No.
So
only when they've been very bad. Yeah.
Yes. But anyway, there we go. That's with hearing, of course.
Valerie,
Okay.
you sound like the sort of person that used to make transport announcements in
No,
like
I
the
didn't.
50s.
No, actually, I used to teach elocution.
Right.
This is why I'm a little bit apprehensive about winging this programme, because I can't get away with anything, because everybody knows my voice or the way I speak. And I'm just I mean, my surname was, when I was born, I lived on an estate in Croydon. My surname was Smith. I lived at 22 Corporation Road, Croydon, Surrey. And if you wanted to sit for your 11 plus, you were never interviewed to go to a grammar school when I was in school, because you lived in Corporation Road. You didn't live the posh end of Shirley. You know, it's amazing how people sort of stamp you by the way you speak. And everybody thinks I'm very well educated and I've been to uni and everything, but I haven't. But anyway, there we go. Not to worry.
It is possible that I might cut some of this conversation up and use it frequently on my hotkeys.
Right.
So you may hear yourself on the radio.
Oh, dear.
It's possible.
Yes.
Leave it
Thank
with
you
me,
so
Valerie.
much,
No,
Nick.
thank you
Yes.
so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. It was Valerie, everybody. What have I got here? Kirk texts, John Motson is now the voice of the Underground. I heard it this morning at King's Cross Underground. Is he? Is he? I find that hard to believe, Kirk. That lady should be the voice of the Underground. She sounded like she should be saying, "Are you sitting comfortably? Then I'll begin." Excellent voice there, Valerie. Gary emails, best public transport noise ever was the Deltic locomotive. Trains that sound better and faster than F1 racing cars. Well, I beg to differ there. F1 racing cars sound awful. I mean, really, really bad. I like car noises. I mean, the AMG engine on a Mercedes sounds, to me, fan-bloomin-tastic. It's like, it's a bit like a Spitfire engine. Really low and sonorous and blah, 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 like that. But F1 racing cars, that's just awful. It's the worst sounding sport ever, apart from skateboarding, which is also the stupidest sport ever. Even if you're good at it, it still looks pathetic, skateboarding. And as for F1, well... Boring doesn't even come close. D-U-L-L, boring. John Motson, the voice of the Underground. Well, I haven't been on the Underground in a good long while. Of course, nobody has. Hardly anybody at all. Hard to believe that it'll still exist in a few years' time at this rate. Oh, my God. As soon as we come out of this, assuming that there is at some point in the future where we all come out of this miserable incarceration, if there isn't some other exotic variant that crops up in some other country and Bodge thinks that it would be a great idea to let it in again, if at some point we do reopen, only then will we realise how much is closed down. Because at the moment, it still feels as though we're in, like frozen in place, like we're all in aspic. Jenny says, I love the sound of screeching brakes. I love the sound of screeching brakes. Or whatever it is, of the train as it goes into Waterloo. Great noise, says Jenny. I remember all the people coming off those old trains before it had even stopped, walking off as it slowed down, putting your head out of the window and making sure there was no tunnel coming up. Yeah, that's right. Yes, imminent danger of death, apart from anything else. But nobody used to wait till the train had stopped in the station. They used to open the door all the way down the train while it was still coming into the platform. Why? How busy and rushed are you that you can't wait a second till the train stops and then open the door? But you see those old films of, it's hard to believe that it's still that it ever was that way. You see films of you need to go back that far, the 1970s, and you see a train coming into the station, all the doors are flapping open, and God help anybody that was unawares, who was standing on the platform minding their own affairs. Get knocked for 6. Chris texts, just to clarify, John Watson is doing the London Underground voiceover until England get knocked out of the Euros. Well, I don't know about that, but here is the story. Special tannoy announcements by legendary veteran commentator John Watson will be played at 5 major tube stations from yesterday. The football theme will continue within these tube stations with the creation of mock-up dugouts at Baker Street and Wembley Park, player tunnels at Paddington and King's Cross, a corner flag at London Bridge, and even a replica pitch at King's Cross so fans can take photos and post about the Euros in London on their own social media profiles. Yeah, but you won't be able to see the replica pitch at King's Cross if people are taking photos because their face will be in the way. And they'll put it on their Twitter feeds or their Insta face feeds. Look, here's a picture of me, and 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 oh look, it's another picture of me. Jasmine says, the sucky tube thing attached to a plane is called a jetty. Rubbish. Let's have a call in Emma Lempstead. Hello, Anita.
Oh, hello, Nick. How are you doing? All
I
right?
am great, mate.
I am the face of the disabled traveller with British Rail. I appeared on the Staff magazine. Actually, it was dated the 1st of April a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a joke. There is a lovely picture of me. They came to my bungalow and took photos. I got into conversation with them through some stamps I was doing for charity. And they thought, as I was a disabled mobility scooter rider, they'd like to have me as the face of the disabled traveller.
Right.
So I am in all the sheds and the offices of all the staff for that month, that particular month. As I say, it was April a couple of years ago when they were last working.
Oh, you're talking about in the calendar? You're on the calendar?
No, it's a monthly publication which they give to all the staff.
Right.
It's like the travel news, but it's actually produced with the staff. So I'm trying to get hold of a few copies because my friends and family, they keep saying, oh, let's have a look at that. And I've been giving them away.
Right.
I've been trying to get in touch with British Rail for about a fortnight now. But obviously the guy that I dealt with, he may be on furlough or he may be trying to get a train himself.
Yeah.
I'm glad you included me because I wondered if I'd be too late, but I thought you might like that. And if I do get the photo back and the magazine,
right,
there's about 5 pages about you can get on the train if you've got a mobility scooter, and you get assistance, and there'll be somebody there to help you on and off. I've never tried it because I live too far away from the station to get there on the scooter.
Right.
If I ever do.
Those things go frighteningly fast, don't they?
I'm known as the terrible trouble. Well, I'm a bit of a troublemaker anyway. But I'm known as the. I cause a lot of disturbance where I live because they know I'm coming because I've got an L plate on the front of the scooter, just so people keep out of my way.
Right. You want to get a bell or something on the front, so alert people to your presence, something like that.
Don't tempt me. I've got spiky hair. No, spiky hair and an L plate.
Okay. Chertsey, hello, Sandra.
Hello, Nick. I think I fit the bill tonight. I'm a bus conductor's daughter who got stuck on a train because she couldn't get open. That's not relevant to the train. I couldn't get off the train at Woking, and it was non-stop to Waterloo because I tried to thump it down like a magnet late on a Saturday, coming back to my friends in Basingstoke or Farnborough. It was years ago.
They do make it. They used to make it incredibly hard to get off the train because they had that thing inside, but a young person, like a child's thumbs, weren't strong enough to open it from the inside. So people used to open the window, but that was difficult as well because it was like a pinch thing on either side at the top, wasn't it? And you put it down, it didn't go all the way down unless you held it really tight and pulled it down. You had to be quite strong to be able to get out of the train. I can remember as a child having to ask people to open the door for me.
Yeah, well, I was a grown-up, but I mean, I'm tall but slightly built, so it took my strength. And every time after that, I was terrified if I could get the train door open.
Right.
So between 10 o'clock and midnight, and when I got to Waterloo, he wanted to charge me. So I got agitated. I managed not to have to pay and get, to the excess fare.
Yeah.
And
well, you should have got compensation, Sandra. Of course, if it had happened these days, you'd have been quids in. No, you'd be a millionaire, I expect. Contact your legal representative. That's my best advice to you. Yeah, I've got to go, but thanks for that. So let me see if I've got this straight. Bodger's position is that he wants insists that the European Union respects the integrity of the UK single market, but he wants to ignore the integrity of the European single market. You must respect ours, and we won't respect yours. This is sort of a switch on the you show me yours, and I won't show you mine.
Disgusting.
Boris Johnson today hinted at Freedom Day on June the 21st could be delayed. Big surprise. Huge. No, not really. Freedom Day is henceforth to be renamed as Continued Incarceration Day. The wacky, waving, inflatable tube actually had the nerve to say that the nation must make sure that we don't repeat some of the errors that have been made since the start of the coronavirus crisis. He's telling us that we mustn't make the same mistakes as before. They've all been his mistakes. He didn't take it seriously at the start. He locked down too late. He allowed the elderly to get sent into care homes to infect the weak with a killer disease. He let the schools back for one day. He locked down too late again. He didn't close the borders to any of the various strains that have failed us. He didn't take calls from companies that actually provided PPE equipment for a living and ventilators. And he wanted to help instead to pour billions into the pockets of mates and donors who had no idea what they were doing, and he kept the border open to 20,000 Indians to come here when there was an actual Indian variant that was killing people in India so fast that bodies were piling up in the streets. And he says that we shouldn't make the same mistake. Speaking to his fellow world leaders at the start of the G7 summit in Cornwall, Johnson said mistakes had doubtless been made over the last 18 months during the course of the pandemic. He said every country must learn the lessons from the crisis. Yeah, no kidding. And the lesson we've learned is don't let an amoral attention hound run a country. Ain't that right, Bodge? Meanwhile, Sage estimated that England's coronavirus rate is higher than at any time since last October. It could now be as high as 1.4. 1.4. Do you know what that means?
No.
It's bigger than 1. That's all I know. 1.4 is what it is now, as cases of the Indian Delta variant more than tripled in a week to 42,000. 42,000. That is the variant Bodger Johnson allowed into the country because he was sucking up to India for a trade deal so he could wave to his fans as an example of winning Brexit. Bodge.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
It now appears increasingly likely that Bodge will opt not to go ahead with the full and final easing of restrictions later in the month. Oh, wouldn't that be marvellous? Some reports are suggesting that the PM could wait another month. Scuppering plans to lift crowd limits at large events and weddings and bars. Booze. Exactly. God, wouldn't it be marvellous if we didn't have to stand on a plaque on the floor to keep us 6 feet away from the nearest person? Wouldn't it be great if we didn't have to go to a pub and sit there, behaving ourselves at a table and download an app in order to get a pint of beer? And you know what? If that's what pubs are going to insist on, I'm not doing it. I've already been asked multiple times to, now just point your phone at the QR code and then you order the pint from your app. Yeah, but in the time that you've told me to do that, I could have ordered a pint from you personally. You could have gone and got it and brought it back to me. I was reading an article about those apps just the other day. A privacy nightmare. Have you read the terms and conditions on the app before you downloaded it?
No.
No, of course you didn't. Because you were thirsty and you just wanted a drink, right? And you thought, what could possibly go wrong? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? I double bet with sugar on top, that part of the terms and conditions of the app that you have downloaded in order just to get a pint, because you're not allowed to go to the blooming bar, I bet it allowed the establishment to have access to your contact details and your pictures. And worse, are you ready? Grip onto something firm. You're not going to like it. I bet it gave itself permission to, without you knowing, take pictures with the cameras on your phone. And you're just scrolling through some of the things you do during the day that might impact you in that regard. Yes. You agreed to all that because you didn't read the terms and conditions. And if you had read the terms and conditions, and you'd have said no, and furthermore... No. They'd have said, well, very sorry, but we can't serve you. And if that's the case, then I'm getting up and I'm leaving. I am not putting one of those things on my phone. Not now, not ever, never. And this is the consequence of Bodge letting in the Indian variant. Like I said before the news, if only somebody had given us a clue where the Indian variant had come from, Bodge might have stopped people coming in from, I don't know, India. Says that we shouldn't make the same mistake over and over again. God. Everything they do is gas-lighting us. Sage estimated that England's coronavirus rate is 1.4, which is big. It's above 1, and 1 is the limit.
Warning!
That's the variant that Bodger Johnson allowed in. And full and final easing is off. You know, social contact continues to be disallowed. Nightclubs, you can forget about them ever reopening. I can't imagine that that many of them have lasted this long. Where have they got the money from? I mean, presumably they're still paying rent on their buildings. They're still paying some money to, keep it ticking over. Weddings, big weddings out. Events. We'd be really in trouble if there was a big sporting event that had thousands of people both coming from other countries to here, and thousands of people going from this country to other countries and then coming back. If there was a sporting event like that happening anytime soon, then we'd really be in trouble. Goodbye, old life. It was nice knowing you. Of course, there's bound to be another variant. Would anybody bet to the contrary? Bound to be another variant, possibly stronger, maybe vaccine defeating. Would you bet against it? And Bodge, of course, as soon as he finds out where it is, he will gleefully let that one in too, because he has learned his lesson. which is that the British public will put up with anything so long as you wrap it in the flag. We proud Britons will suffer any indignity and privation. We will endure any hardship and restriction of our freedoms. We will let pass any number of deaths caused by the catastrophic, uncaring leadership, just so long as we're distracted by statues and sausages. That song doesn't last long enough. Shall I play it again?
No.
I don't know how she can stand it. Maybe there's, maybe those hats come with speakers, and she surreptitiously turns the speakers on every time that dreary tune. Statues and sausages, that's what we're distracted by. And we're told that anyone who raises a complaint about statues or sausages is a traitor and an enemy of the people. The PM's official spokesmodel said that the government will look closely at the data over the weekend. Yeah, Bodge is going to rummage through his dressing-up box and pull on the trusty white coat and get photographed peering at the data through a microscope while closing one eye. You know, the eye that he actually has to the lens. He'll close that one. Can't see a thing, he'll say, and shut us all down. SAGE experts have estimated that the rate of transmission of the virus is somewhere between 1.2 to 1.4. That's up from 1 to 1.2 last week, meaning that case numbers may spike significantly in the coming days and weeks. And what that means in simple terms is, you've done it again, Bodge. MPs claimed alarm bells should be ringing in Downing Street after the surge of more than 29,000 Delta cases. That's the Indian variant. 29,000 in just a week. And warning that they are doubling in as little as 5 days in some areas. Cases are doubling every 5 days. Who could have predicted that, apart from anybody who thought about it for more than 10 seconds? So you have to wonder why they're doing it over and over again. I mean, they can't be that stupid to keep making the same mistake over and over and over again. The mistake they've made right from the beginning, allowing infected people to come in willy-nilly. I mean, they're not that dumb, are they? So what is it then? Public Health England's figures show 1 in 10 people admitted to hospital after getting infected with a variant had been given 2 doses of the vaccine. 10% of the people in hospital with this thing had already had 2 doses of the vaccine. And the way that the press wrote it was only 1 in 10. I'm sorry, but that's not very comforting. 10% of the people in hospital with this Indian variant have already had 2 doses of the vaccine. That's not an only. That's an, oh my God, have you heard? 1 in 10. And to save time later, as they are Matt Hancock's department's own figures, we'll assume that Matt Hancock doesn't recognise them. Never seen them before. Never heard the numbers 1 or 10 before. God, it's like double Dutch to him. Which may or may not be racist. You just can't tell anymore.
Correct.
David texts, the UK hosts the G7. The British PM flies to Cornwall, where they discuss climate change before all the leaders head to the beach to watch a fly past by the Red Arrows. Yes. And in the meantime, they are lectured on climate change, on saving the planet by Prince Charles. A man whose carbon footprint could be seen from space. Yes, we must all do our bit to cut down in order to save the planet, says Mr. Organic Farming, whose immediate family live in 3 castles, 3 palaces, 7 houses and various cottages, lodges, parks, estates and manors. He's got approximately 3,000 bedrooms at his disposal, and he's telling us to cut down. Isleworth, hello, Ravi.
Nick, you took so long, my tea got cold.
Your tea got cold.
Stop whining.
Yes.
Anyway, nice chatting to you. Well, you know,
You
as
could
an
have
Indian,
you could have drunk your tea while you were waiting, surely.
Well, I left the tea in the office, working from home.
In the
So, Nick,
office, right.
Nick, as an Indian, the clue was in the word Indian.
In the name,
but-
yes.
In the name, but Boris,
you know, he was expecting and hoping to meet his Indian counterpart, another Bojo, or I call him Mojo, for the big trade deal. And in just like, well, the Mojo of the Indian one, he had an election rally of 100,000 people in a state which he thought he would win in South India. He lost that. He also had 10 million people at the religious festival, half naked, and he also contributed towards the fiasco in India.
Right.
So I think what they both wanted to do was to meet each other, and I think for that reason
Swap
he
notes.
left it.
They wanted to swap notes on how not to run a country. Yeah.
Well, and the worst thing is he put Nepal, Pakistan on the red list and left out India, and we should have concluded, as an Indian, I should have noticed, the clue was in the name.
Exactly.
More importantly,
that's why they called it the Indian variant, because it comes from India.
But having said that, Nick, I have a bone to pick with you.
Ah, yes.
Why can't we say...
Why, oh, why?
An Indian originated from Chinese. I mean, we're bringing India into this whole fiasco, and we had nothing to do with it,
Well, yeah, I suppose Kent had nothing to do with it either, yeah. So we should put a Sino prefix in front of...
exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Right, yeah.
I can drink my tea now, Nick.
I wouldn't drink that, Ravi. It's gone cold.
It's okay. It's Chinese green tea, so...
Is it? Right, be careful.
I'll be careful.
All right, all the best, Ravi.
Any repercussions, we'll get back to Mojo via Mojo.
It's my fault, yeah. All right, thanks a lot, mate. Kate emails, we need to start calling it the Johnson variant. After all, he let it in. And Scott says, Nick, just a heads up with regards to phone privacy. I had to turn off or pause my location services on my Android. He's got an Android.
Affirmative.
After loading up maps and it giving me a list of places I'd visited in the last year. Very concerning. I can only imagine a tilted sociopath thinking this is a cool feature. Tilted sociopath? I've never heard that before, but that's an excellent phrase. I like it. A tilted what is it? A tilted sociopath thinking this is a very cool feature. It is a bit concerning. What's kind of amusing is that people are complaining about, as I do frequently, about CCTVs and intrusion into your lives and being tracked hither, thither and yon. And they're complaining to each other about it on their mobile phone, which is the greatest tool of surveillance that has ever been invented. It knows where you've been. It knows how fast you were going when you went there. It knows how long you spent when you got there. It knows who you met when you were there. It knows the route that you took when you came back, any stops you made, and etc. and so on. It knows more about you than you know about you. So how come they're so stupid, though, by the way? I mean, smartphones are so stupid. They learn nothing. I mean, I make the same trips, more or less, at the same time every day of the week. And it never knows where I'm going. It never alerts me that traffic may be on the road, or the train that I'm going for is late or has been cancelled. It never tells me to take an umbrella. I have to ask it all of these things. If I had an actual assistant, if I was a grand person and I had an assistant and they were as useless as my smartphone, I'd fire them. Because I'd have to ask them specifically for every piece of information. They don't offer it at all, ever. Thanks a lot, Bill Gates. Was it his fault? Probably not. Well, most things are his fault. If it's not Bill Gates, it's George Soros. No! Yeah, thanks a lot, George Soros. You see what you've done? Pauline emails, our Boris at the G7, a statesman. Now, I haven't read ahead, but I'll assume that the rest of it is sarcastic. Let's read on and find out. Pauline emails, our Boris at the G7, a statesman. Can you imagine Corbyn or Starmer there? Wow, it's not sarcastic. Can you believe that?
No.
Maybe there's a twist at the end. Let's read on and find out. Pauline emails, "Am Boris at the G7 a statesman? Can you imagine Corbyn or Starmer there? No, neither can I." Yeah, I can, Pauline. Now you can see why we will win the next election. Oh, he will. He will win the next election. You are on... There's a sort of a twist at the end. You are on the losing side again. Screams Pauline. Right. I can see Keir Starmer there. I mean, I can sort of see Jezza Corbyn a bit. Those group photographs, though, take a look at them. Take a look at any of them. Just immediately, without peering, you just glance at it and then take it away and ask yourself, who's the odd one out? And it's always Bodger. There's one that I tweeted today that there's about 4 of them standing and about 3 of them sitting down. One of whom is the Queen, Her Madge herself. Don't do that again. And the only one in the picture that looks like they're about to fall down is Boris Johnson. And he's one of the people that's sitting down. He looks like he's about to fall out of his chair. He looks like a scarecrow. He looks like I was saying it yesterday, he sort of has the general look of somebody or something that is being taken for walks. You know, not a pet exactly. More like how to put it kindly. Oh, I'll just go with pet. like Bubbles. You know, Michael Jackson. He had a chimp called Bubbles. Doesn't Boris Johnson look a bit like Bubbles? Maybe I should start calling him Bubbles instead of Bodger. He does bodge up a lot, so it's going to be hard to remember not to do that. Bubbles Johnson. Well, has anybody ever seen Michael Jackson's monkey and Boris Johnson in the same place at the same time? No. I rest my case. Now you can see why he will win the next election. You are on the losing side yet again. You know, I read the most fascinating article about who it was that gave us A, Brexit, and B, the Conservative government. And people have it in mind that it is the left behind, you know, the poor people of left behind communities, the red wall and all of that. And it actually isn't. It was most surprising. If you look at the numbers, who it is that actually gifted us both Brexit and this Conservative government are not disaffected Labour voters. They're pensioners. People who are past the working age of all income levels. I've got the figures. They're worth reading out because this was completely new information to me and it came as quite a surprise. It's old people that are the problem. Too many birthdays. Start making bad decisions. I want you to think about what you've done. It really is remarkable when you look through the numbers. You see that. Well, I'll have to get the figures out because if I try and do it off the top of my head, I'll make an error. And there are no errors allowed on this show. We only deal in the facts, ma'am. Gareth texts, you can't stop people born in the UK from returning. How about putting some of the blame on the people who returned and didn't isolate as they were supposed to? This whole country is full of fools. Well, you got that right. But you can stop people from going out of the country in the first place, though, Gareth. Can't you? I mean, if you allow them to leave, you have to assume that most of them will come back because this is where they live. The idea is to stop people leaving in the first place, which is why I would expect that the current tournament, and I'm girding myself for disappointment as usual with the England team, hoping for the best, expecting, nothing at all. But I would imagine that various exciting variants are going to make their way here. Among the people who are both coming here from abroad just to visit for a game, and of course those of us who live here who are going abroad and then coming back. What could possibly go right? It happens so many times like that. It is almost as though that is the plan. Keep us in a permanent state of emergency during which you can rob people of their freedoms. You know, it's always this.
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
I have to watch that film again. Let's have a call in Christchurch. Phil.
Hello.
Phil.
I want to talk about the Northern Ireland Protocol.
The EU?
Yeah.
Yes.
And they've got a cheek telling us we can't export our sausages from one part of our country to another part of our country.
Yeah, but it's not part of our country.
Northern Ireland.
But it's not part of our country for the purposes
it's part of the United Kingdom, isn't
of the single market. Boris Johnson negotiated that deal, was very, very happy. He said it was the best deal in the whole wide world ever, and he signed it.
Well, anyway, there's a
anyway
question about.
Never mind about all that. Yes.
They call it They say there's got to be checks. Now, is there a language translation
Why do there have to be checks? Yeah, why do there have to be checks? Do you know why?
The Great British Banger. Do they think it's explosives or something?
No, Phil. Was that you making a joke?
Well, no. I mean,
no.
I've got the solution to the problem anyway.
What, rejoin the European Union? We're going to rejoin the European Union.
Have the checks in the Irish Sea.
Yeah, we do that.
Have the checks in the Irish Sea.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the thing that Boris Johnson said he would never, no Prime Minister would ever sign up.
Completely satisfied.
Yes.
If you just let me come to the point.
There's a point?
Yeah. If they do the checks in the Irish Sea,
yes,
then so long as the EU don't go skinny dipping, there won't be a sausage war.
Well, has anybody ever told you that you're...
That's a cracker.
Yeah, anybody ever told you that you're funny?
Yeah.
Have they? Are you lying about that? Liar! Yeah, I doubt it. Seriously doubt it, Phil. Anyway, thanks for that. I appreciate it. I'm assuming that was the point. Yeah, Boris Johnson, he said, first of all, he said it was an oven-ready deal, so that wasn't true. And then he said that no Prime Minister would ever sign up for a border down the Irish Sea, and then he did just that, so that wasn't true. And then he said that he wanted to have his cake and eat it, which is, of course, you can't. Plus, maybe you should put the cake fork down and move away from the fridge. I'm just saying. I think somebody spotted Shamu off the coast of Cornwall this morning. And then he said that we insist that the European Union respect the integrity of our single market. But to do that, they'd have to not respect the integrity of their own single market. He said, why do they need to check meat on the border? That's because we insisted that they do that by leaving the European Union. Those are rules, by the way, about meat coming in and out of the EU from other countries, which we made ourselves. The European Union didn't throw us out. We insisted on leave. We said, right, that's it. We're leaving. And have been complaining about it ever since. Like it wasn't us. Like they threw us out. It's amazing. All of the things that the Ramonas said would come true have come true. All of them. Every single one. I think that informs the Remainers' continued anger. God, boiling with ire they are. Like that last bloke. But he was very, very funny, no?
No.
Well, somebody thought he was. He. Who? He. David texts, OMG, Nick, the latest higher infection figures are definitely due to Boris's refusal to abandon his jolly to India at a crucial time. That's right. Yeah, he wanted to go get a huge and tremendous trade deal with India. And how did that go, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah, I think he came back with about 10 pence and a couple of jobs, something like that. I think it was sold as a £1 billion trade deal. Well, in the terms of trade deals, international trade deals, that is spare change. That is. Plus, most of it was what you call inward investment, which was foreigners buying up Britain. I mean, do we have anything left? Is there anything left we haven't sold yet? That's what inward investment is foreigners coming in and buying our stuff. And I think most of it was buying vaccines. But apart from that, great work, Bodge. It's certainly worth all of the dead people that will ensue from this new exciting variant. Sam says, knowing our luck, England will win the Euros, but a meteor will hit just as we're playing the world-beating anthem. I think you play the anthem before you start. Should we just assume that we're going to win? I think we should just assume that we're going to win. Because, British exceptionalism. Portsmouth. Harry.
Oh, hello there, me old sausage.
Yes.
Hello.
Harry.
Or if you're continental, then hello there, me old sausage. Hello.
Yeah.
Who am I talking to? Is this still Nick?
No, he left the building a while ago. Would you like to leave a message? Another comedian. There's only one unfunny person allowed on this show, and that's me. Jackson texts, Nick, did you see the ceremonial sword Her Majesty used to cut a cake? Just about sums up the situation here. Well, I don't know what you mean by that. You mean over the top and silly? Yeah. Is that what you mean? You mean unable to stop living in the past? Is that what you mean? Maybe. I'll just assume that that's what you mean. I'm preparing for disappointment tomorrow. I'm preparing for the Boo Boys to make a statement before we begin to, put off the team. You can see it on their face. There's pictures of the team at the friendly the other day, and it was taken while they were taking a knee and the fans were booing patriotically from the stands. You could see the look on their faces like, what are you doing? I mean, it wasn't a positive look on their face, more a negative look. They were discombobulated right from the start. If that's what the fans want, then go ahead. Why not? Why don't you make it all about you? Can't you just put a sock in it for a couple of weeks? Does everything have to be about you? Oh, I don't like it. It's bringing politics into football, so I'm gonna boo my own team, because Britain. Everything's got to be about me these days. I object. I want to shout snowflake. No, you can't take a picture down because I don't want you to. Why is it always got to be about you? Internalise your boo. How about doing the proper patriotic British thing and just tutting under your breath? I mean, that's what we do, isn't it? Like that. 20,000 people all going, would be much more British than booing, for crying out loud. It's not about you, you booing fans. Keep it to yourself. Jim emails, morning from Australia. There was a photo of Boris and Carrie last week, and when a man and a woman are walking and it's the lady who links the man's arm? Well, Bodger was linking her arm. It was like a patient out for a walk with his nurse. It did look a bit like that, yeah. Andrew tweets, Bubbles Johnson rolls off the tongue far better than my own nickname for him, the distended Dulux dog. Distended, as in bloated. Yeah. I like the wacky waving inflatable tube. I sort of did a very quick search. I did homework today. Can you believe that?
No.
I did a quick search on wacky waving inflatable tube. You know, those things that... There's absolutely no point in me acting it out on the radio. But I just did. Those things that you see outside second-hand car dealerships. There's huge, great things that they blow air up and they just wave and dance around. I thought, I'll find one that looks exactly like Bodger Johnson. And I did! A blonde-haired one with a woman inside who looks like Carrie. Talk about spooky. Anyway, I stuck that up my Twitter feed. N.I. Abbott, 2 B's, 1 T. You'll be shocked and stunned. Rob texts, Boris gave Biden a picture taken from Wikipedia in a cheap frame as a visit present. But he has no problem giving billions to family, party donors and friends. What a shambles of a government. Yeah, it's almost like it's the plan. That's exactly what happened. Bodger gave Joe Biden, the world's most powerful man, a picture taken from Wikipedia. I mean, what's surprising is that he didn't just stop off at a garage and buy a £5 bunch of flowers. Oh, I forgot. Andy says, have you checked out the albino gorilla snowflake? He was the original Bubbles Johnson. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean by that. I have an idea who the albino gorilla is. Do you know Boris? Yeah, he's unsure. He's going to think about it. See if he can come up with a suggestion. Brighton. Hello, John.
Hi there, Nick. Yes.
Hello, John.
But Bodger Boris and this bangers war.
Yeah.
You know, the sausages.
Mm-hmm.
Bodger Boris has bodged it again. Just as he always does. Just as everyone predicted what would happen with Brexit. You know, about Northern Ireland. You know, saying, there are going to be problems with the border and everything like all the way. And then as soon as Boris comes in, he says, it's all going to be easy. It's all going to be sorted out.
Yeah.
And it's all kicked
ready.
Down the grass, the long grass, and now the problems are coming out.
Right.
And he's whinging away.
Whinging?
Stop whining.
Stop whining, Bodger. Back to the important news about freedom being taken away from us. God, wouldn't it be marvellous if we didn't have to stand 6 feet away from each other, if we could actually go to the bar in a pub and order a pint? Can you remember that? If we could order a drink without having to download an app onto our phone that takes a picture of us. We agree for it to take a picture of us in our most intimate moment because we don't read the terms and conditions. And, I mean, would you trust your pub with the contents of your phone? Because that's what you've agreed to. I betcha. Betcha. Because you didn't read the terms and conditions. Because all you wanted was to order a pint. But you can't do that because you can't go to the bar. And we were going to be able to do that in just a few brief days' time. But not no more, because Bodgers screwed it up again. Public Health England's report on the Delta variant, the India variant, revealed that the mutant strain now makes up... And keep in mind, just a couple of weeks ago, it did not exist in this country. Now it makes up 96% of all cases. That's how fast it's spread. We could have kept it out, but Bodger wanted to bring it in. 96% of all cases. 64% more infectious than the once dominant Kent type. Twice as likely to put patients in hospital. 10% of the people in hospital with this variant have had 2 vaccinations. Incredible. Meanwhile, the Office for National Statistics weekly infection survey suggested that England's COVID outbreak grew by 13% last week alone, 75% the week before. And in another moment of tragicomedy that this regime has a knack for, Nadeem Zahawi, Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for COVID-19 vaccine deployment, said number 10 would have to be, quotes, really careful to try and avoid the virus bouncing back. Yeah, I think that ship's sailed and sunk. Speaking at the G7 summit, Bodge told his fellow world leaders, we need to make sure that we learn the lessons from the pandemic. We need to make sure that we don't repeat some of the errors that we doubtless made in the course of the last 18 months or so. And we need to make sure that we now allow our economies to recover. It's almost as though he's talking to himself, about himself, in the third person. Maybe he has multiple personalities. All of them bodgers.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
He said it's vital that we don't repeat the mistake of the last great crisis, the last great economic recession in 2008, when the recovery was not uniform across all parts of society. And I think what has gone wrong with this pandemic, says Bodge, or what risks being a lasting scar, is that I think the inequalities may be entrenched. We need to make sure that as we recover, we level up across our societies and we build back better. Which is the phrase that he's adopted from, I think, Australia, build back better. It's not his phrase, he nicked it. Which, and that, as we recover, build up across our societies, level up across our societies. Top-grade gaslighting there, Bodge, when 83% of government money spent on hard-up areas has gone to places with a Conservative MP. Coincidence? 83% of government money spent on hard-up areas has gone to places with a Tory MP. It's exactly like when they defunded the councils, and particularly were harsh to Labour-run councils, and then blamed the councils for having to cut services. Tip-top gaslighting there, Bodge. Government critics were taken aback by terrible data showing how the Delta variant is taken over so quickly and threatening a third wave of hospital admissions. Why do they insist on calling it a third wave? We've had 3 waves already. I tweeted this picture today as well. I mean, if you look at the graph, it's in the Mail pretty much every time they print this story, or a story about the virus. In the Mail online, you just scroll through just feet of, if they did actually measure stuff on a screen by feet, they probably don't. I do. It goes on forever. There's graph after graph after graph, and this one comes up every time. And it's cases by month since it started. And there's a blip right at the beginning, around April 2020. And then there's a much, much bigger blip around November last year. And then it goes down, and then way up in January. So we've had 3 waves already, unless you've ever seen a wave with multiple heads. You haven't. A wave with 2 heads is 2 waves. So we had one at the beginning, and then we had one in November, and then we had another one, the worst one, in January. And the cases also correspond to the deaths, as you would expect. So we've had 3 waves already. Why do they keep saying that we haven't? If you want to see the proof, just look at my Twitter feed. It's on there in I think it's actually in full colour. Not even in black and white. Full colour. Public Health England figures show that the number of positive tests linked to the strain tripled in just a week. This strain that we didn't have to be suffering under. We didn't have to let it in. But he wanted to anyway because he was sucking up to India to bring back some good news that he could wave as, yes, I was getting Brexit done. Pah! The variant was discovered in April, already counts for 96% of all positives in this country. So people are going to die, but nobody seems to be that bothered, you know? Because that funny bloke off the telly just said something offensive about foreigners that his fans can get all giddy over, and they can scream snowflake at anyone who takes offence. It is offensive, but you are a snowflake if you take offence. And that's where we are. And then sausages and statues. And dinghies. Don't forget the dinghies. Someone disrespected a piece of bronze on a plinth. Or, you know, a museum actually passed on a historical fact about his exhibits. Or someone took down a picture of a woman that they're not related to in a place that you will never visit and you didn't even know existed until just this week. But it doesn't stop you being angry about it, though, does it? What a way to run a country, eh? Dreadful. Julia tweets, "Hi Nick, remember a few months back when everyone went crazy because the EU were considering invoking Article 16? And today Johnson threatens it and there is radio silence. All we need is..." Everybody sing. Radio silence. Rock and roll! David texts, "Hi Nick, Boris has one of those voices that makes me go to sleep." Yeah, I know what you mean. If only we could sleep through it. I can't sleep through Boris Johnson's timorous voice because of all the screaming. That's what keeps me awake. Southampton, hello Simon.
Hi Nick, you alright?
Yes, good, thanks.
I've just got a couple of things. I'm ringing really to reply to the lady you had on earlier on that said that they won, we lost.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
that Boris Johnson's going to win again, and I personally will lose again.
Yeah. I mean, well, obviously she doesn't understand that by her winning means that we all lose. But
yeah, I think the people who think that they won, I think part of the reason why they appear to be so angry still is that they understand that they've won, but they realise that they actually haven't won anything because their life hasn't changed. Where are all these advertised improvements they are thinking?
Well, the most serious case of that, I don't know whether you heard him last night, but Brian phoned Clive, and I've heard him get frustrated and animated, but last night was an exception. And I think Clive was just trolling him. It's just so funny.
Right, I didn't hear it, unfortunately, but excellent work, Clive.
Yeah. Now, my other point was, I don't know whether you're aware of this, and if you aren't aware of this, knowing that you don't do homework, you might actually make an exception to have a look.
I seriously doubt it.
Well, we'll see. There is a photograph that has emerged.
Yes.
Now, Boris Johnson got married last week, or a couple of weeks ago, didn't he?
Where are you going?
He has been photographed wearing the same tie.
Yes.
That he was photographed when he was seen with Jennifer Arcuri.
Oh, no. Yeah. I saw that. I think it's the same tie, the same shirt, and the same jacket, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, probably.
Yeah. Maybe that's his...
The tie stuck out.
Yeah, maybe that's his lucky combination.
I don't need to add any more to that, do I?
No, I'm feeling a little bit bilious. Let's hope he had it cleaned. So that's how they keep us all distracted. Sausages and statues. God. Nobody seems to be bothered. It's amazing. Their popularity is not hindered by anything that they do. Amazing. Pretty much anything will do to fuel the culture wars fire, which this administration and its fans will keep burning, because the alternative is to talk about what's actually happened and who is responsible. Better to keep us distracted with all that stuff that doesn't matter. Labour's Shadow Home Secretary Nick Thomas Simmons said, double-barrelled name, they got a bloke who's a Sir leading them, and their Shadow Home Secretary is a double-barrelled. Okay then, I suppose they know what they're doing. He said these figures are terrible, as in the Delta figures, the Indian variant figures. He says the pace at which cases of the Delta variant continue to rise is deeply worrying and putting the lifting of restrictions at risk. Correct. Please turn over. He said the blame for this lies with the Prime Minister and his reckless refusal to act on Labour's repeated warnings to secure our borders against COVID and its variants.
Warning, warning,
they said. And Bodger said, I can't hear you. Layla Moran, Liberal Democrat MP and chair of the all-party parliamentary group on coronavirus, said that sounds like the worst party ever. There's a party. I'm sorry, but I'm busy that night. The all-party parliamentary group on coronavirus. Is it really that much fun? She said, it's particularly concerning that the increased transmissibility of the Delta variant is above the worst-case scenario modelled by SAGE, with cases estimated to be doubling every 4.5 days in some regions. The government must immediately explain to the public whether this exponential growth suggests the country is in line for a severe third wave. Third wave? Fourth wave? And if so, what is it doing to prevent this? And the government said, look, a dinghy. Launch the ships. Dr. Jenny Harris, chief of the UK Health Security Agency, said, while vaccination reduces the risk of severe disease, it does not eliminate it. With data showing that Delta, the Indian variant, is significantly more transmissible than Alpha, the Kent variant, it is just as important as ever to follow public health advice, which has not changed. Get vaccinated, work from home where you can, hands, face, space, fresh air at all times. These measures work and they save lives.
Fabulous.
When is it ever going to end? It's almost as though the regime wants to continue with a permanent state of emergency, under which they can remove our freedoms with impunity. I mean, it's believed that ministers are still considering keeping some curbs in place for another 4 weeks to buy more time for the vaccine programme, amid mounting concern about the spread of the Indian variant, which comes from India, a place where we could have stopped people coming from India, which it was let in by this government when they knew it was out there in India, and they did not shut our borders to India while closing us off from Bangladesh, which had a much lower infection rate, and then they lied about it. I think we're in a post-moral world. We're all in Donald Trump's world now. Everything they do seems to be informed, and I've been saying this for ages now. Everything they do, every question that you might have of what they may do in the future can be answered ahead of time by thinking, what would Donald Trump do? And that's what they'll do. Nothing seems to matter anymore, especially to their fans. They seem to be past caring whether the government of the land actually is concerned about us citizens, just as long as whatever the government does upsets liberals. That seems to be where we're at now. Doesn't matter what the government does. Its fans only care if it upsets liberals. And if it does, then it's okay with them. Let's have Haringey. Hello, Claire.
Hi, Nick.
Claire.
Hello. I'm not really, I'm not coming with anything funny. But I sort of ask you a question which has been perplexing me for quite a while, which is it possible, do you think, for the government to be taken to court for manslaughter? I was just talking to a researcher about this, and she said probably not, but maybe for corporate manslaughter.
Corporate?
I mean, well, that's what she suggested, but
suggested.
well, you know what I mean. Right. As opposed to, I mean,
I think there's no end of things that the government could be taken to court for, and certain individuals are doing just that, which is getting a lot of pushback from the government and their client reporters, who are painting them enemies of the people for actually holding the government to account for what it has done to us.
But But are they being held to account? I mean, the idea of an inquiry in X years' time, it'll just be a whitewash.
No, of course
Nothing
it will.
happen.
Yeah, but it will take 5 years, cost £5 million, and will come to the conclusion that lessons must be learned.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, it needs an individual or a group of individuals to take certain members of the government to court over certain specific things, and there are people. There are people that are doing that.
Do you think?
Well,
right.
I know they are.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, then that's cheering me up enormously, because I said to a researcher, I mean, I lost my absolutely darling mother when I was 22, and I've said so many times to a friend of mine, you know, if this were now and she died gasping for breath, you know, with COVID, then I would be like a screaming banshee for the rest of my life. I'd be outside Parliament. I'd be accosting people. I'd go demented. I'd be out of my mind.
Yeah. What is amazing is that we're up to 130,000 dead.
Yes.
Now, every single one of those people was known by, let's say, on average, 10 other people. They must have known 10 other people that were either in the homes with them or the friends and relatives.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody knows or is known by about 10 people. So we're talking about 1 million people who have been affected by this, and yet there doesn't seem to be a scintilla of complaint. Nobody's raising a finger of objection. It seems that everything that they do is okay as long as they upset Liberals doing it.
Well, I mean, the modus operandi of the government right now is simply to lie. I mean, hearing Matt Hancock the other day, and all of them, I feel humiliated by the government we have. I mean, it's gone beyond, you know, depressing. Then they're and Brexit, of course, and the G7 and all the rest of it, and literally everything they're doing is so wounding to my sense of dignity.
Yeah, it is amazing, and I come back to this all the time. The actions of this government seem to be predicated on what would Donald Trump do. I think that they were really crossing their fingers and hoping for Trump to win. I think that they were expecting it. They were banking on it, and when he didn't, they had to rearrange their faces to express pleasure, whereas they were actually freaking out that somebody more reliable, somebody less, Trump-like had taken over. Yeah, and of course, the things that Bodger comes out with all the time, which are intended for his immediate audience, just like Trump will say something to get a laugh or a round of applause from his immediate audience. Well, it goes beyond that immediate audience, of course, because he's the leader of a country. And so the things that he says, of the insults, the leader of Germany and the leader of France and the leader of America and all of these things, they don't forget this stuff.
No,
it's not.
No, would
it's
you?
not.
I would.
Of course not. It's not a game, Bodge. These people have the ability to dramatically affect the course of this country, and you're just flailing around like, I'll say it again, one of those wacky waving inflatable tubes.
Yes. So I'm glad you think that there is actually people are lining up to actually. Start up some criminal action of some kind.
Yeah,
I mean that's cheered me so enormously.
It's not all gloom and doom. There are a few beams of light.
Nick, just before I go, can I'm going to first of all say thank you to you, because ages ago I rang up and said, please don't call him Boris on air, and you've stopped. You're just calling him Bodger, which thank you very much. But don't hate me for this, but I really cannot stand it. I admire you beyond words, but I cannot stand it. I cannot stand it when you make these little quips about global warming, you know, in your Carol podcast and everything. I mean, it's not a joke.
Quips about global warming?
Yes, you do this thing about how it's going to save the planet, and it's going to say, you know...
Oh, that... Well,
yeah, it's not funny, Nick.
Well, what you're talking about is when I say we do the Friday and Saturday shows get put out as a podcast. Now we take the news and the ads out, so it's so a 3-hour show becomes something like a 2-hour, 20 minutes show. So you'll use less electricity, by which method you can save the planet. I mean,
well, it's not funny.
Oh,
Not funny.
come
joke.
on.
No, it's not. Nick, think about it. Come on, you know enough about climate change and global warming. It is so serious that to make a light-hearted quip about it, I just find it's your Achilles
Claire,
heel. Yes.
See, I'm on board with climate change. I think that we should do something about it.
I know you are.
But if you think about what I'm saying, it is actually true. If you do use less electricity by that method, you are, even if it's a very small amount, contributing to protecting the environment, surely.
Absolutely, I would say, because the real danger of global warming doesn't consist in that kind of thing. It's actually much more mammoth than that.
Well, think about it like this, Claire. Yeah, but think about it like this: if 6 billion people listened to my podcast,
darling Nick,
can you imagine how much ice we'd save off the Arctic ice shelf?
Well, I won't talk about that, but one of these days when I'm in the mood, I will really talk to you about climate change, because I'm sure we're on the same page.
Okay, then.
But, yes.
That sounds like a threat, though.
It is a threat, really.
All right, then.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Claire. This is this story about who it is that has gifted us this regime. Now, this was written in a couple of weeks ago, actually. So this is relatively new information. It's not new, but it's new to me. Contrary to numerous post-election narratives, most low-income voters of working age supported Labour at the 2019 general election, not the Conservatives. So you think that it's the people, working people of on low incomes that have gifted us the Conservative Party because they, it's all about Brexit. No. Data from the British Election Studies 20th Wave shows how those on low incomes in general voted Conservative in 2019. But these figures include those out of work and, most importantly, those retired. When the retired are excluded, the figures for people who are actually in work are markedly different. Here's the overall figures. This is data from the British Election Study, asked respondents to recall their vote in 2019. Everybody included Conservatives 43%, Labour 32%. Okay? Now, you take retirees out and only ask those of working age, and the Conservatives are on 35% and Labour are on 38%. So those people who are in work, who are of working age, voted Labour above the Conservatives. Labour won. Unless, or until rather, you include those who are retired, and then the Conservatives won. Household income, including retirees, and they list it from $5,000 a year to over 150,000. The only level of income, if you include retirees, where Labour beat the Conservatives were those on less than 5,000 a year. So those on less than 5,000 a year were the only demographic to vote for Labour above Conservatives if you include retirees. But if you take retirees out and only ask those of working age, the only income level where they voted for the Conservative Party over Labour were those on over 100,000. So people who are very well off, they vote Conservative regardless of whether they're in work or not. If you take retirees out, Labour won the last election. Isn't that incredible? Among those in work, Labour is the largest party. If you take retirees into account, and the Conservatives won a stonking majority. So if you want to blame somebody, blame Granny and Grandad. Mansfield. Hello, Jenny.
Hello.
Jenny.
Hello.
Jenny.
Right. So I looked on Google yesterday, all these figures to do with COVID, and I started looking at the whole world. And I was absolutely amazed at how many countries have had 0 deaths. Okay?
Go on.
Yeah, and I was also amazed. China, Japan, South Korea, they're very low.
Very low.
Portugal, very low.
New Zealand, almost
Yep.
non-existent. Australia, done very well.
So why don't they just ring them and say, come on then, what's the plan? Do you know what I mean?
Tell us what
Give
to
them
do.
a ring.
Yeah.
Say, come on then, what have you been doing
Right.
to get 0 deaths?
Yeah.
So instead of looking at all these different scientists that want to be, you know, trying to do their job because that's all they know, let's ring countries and say, what have you been doing?
Yeah,
Come on.
I think those countries have probably been following the science rather than saying that they've been following the science.
Yeah. And also, if you think about flu every year, 20,000 people on average, divide that by 12 months, divide that by 300 days a year. How many deaths is that per day?
Yep.
So why don't that? You could say, well, actually, there's more deaths in flu than what there is now in COVID.
Yeah, but flu is very concentrated, though, in a couple of months of the year,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. But they say, but they never say, all 20,000 people have died this year of flu.
No, they don't. Never mention it, because it happens every year. That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And all they normally say over winter is, oh, the hospital figures have gone up because people have got flu. Usually the elderly people, unfortunately. But
But we don't close society down because of it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
70,000 people die of cigarettes every year, but they're still available where you buy comics and sweets.
Yep. So it's now. I think they're just dangling the carrot, and we've just got to keep, you know,
Keep going after it like an ass.
yeah. But yeah. So if people do look at those figures with different countries, they'd be absolutely amazed. I was like, really? I thought every part of the world was
Equally affected. No, because every part of the world does not have the benefit of being led by you-know-who.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, the other countries are being led by grown-ups who know a thing or two.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, well, Jenny, never mind. It's just a pile of dead people, that's all. Joe texts, there used to be a type of comic theatre known as farce in which the main male actor's trousers fell to his ankles. At some point, there's still time, Boris. It always looks as though he's about to lose his trousers. I don't know what's keeping him up, frankly, because nothing about him fits. Presumably, those clothes do come in his size or could be made to measure if he if he doesn't actually properly fit any size off the peg. He's got the money to have a made-to-measure suit. I mean, some architectural expert would be able to fashion something that more or less fits, surely. But it always looks as though a vicar is about to step through the door and his trousers fall down, and the crowd goes, "Ooh, ooh, ooh, ooh." You know, those shows. Lauren emails, Nick Abbott asks who gifted us this Tory government. Answer, mainly bigoted older people who should know better. Wow, that is offensive, Lauren.
Be polite!
Ian says, bang on, man, knees football players. Totally feel sorry for them. Booing can't help a team. Crazy times, I've had it. Shall I read that again?
No.
I think I sort of get it. Bang on, man, knees football players. That part doesn't make no sense, but I think you're saying that you support our team. Let me read this text from a bloke called Rob. He says, blimey, just look at the UK alcohol stats. The British are rubbish at drinking. He says 1.25 million hospital admissions, holiday destinations left smelling of sick at the end of the summer. I love the smell of sick in the morning. Smells like holiday. In countries across Europe during the COVID pandemic, alcohol consumption fell, apart from in one country. Can you guess which one? That's right, Britain. We did not respond to this virus by getting all lily-livered like the French. We got pickled-livered in the British manner. We don't say when till the glass is overflowing. And we never met a drink we didn't like, apart from Pernod. I mean, that stuff's awful. Across 21 European countries, the UK was the only one to see an increase in drinking. Can you believe that? Researchers surveyed 32,000 people across Europe, including 836 in the UK between April and July last year. The volunteers were asked about changes in the previous month in how often they drank, how much they drank, and how often they engaged in binge drinking. The British respondents said, "Who's asking?" and offered them out to the car park where the missus held their coat going, "No, don't do it, Dave, it ain't worth it." The study published in the journal Addiction found that across Europe, alcohol intake fell, while only in Britain did it go up. Which makes you wonder what all those hot Europeans were doing with their time when they were locked in together.
Disgusting.
But it might not be that we upped our intake because of the virus, because the study showed that we drank more than anybody else to begin with. We are number one. In Ireland, average alcohol consumption stayed the same, while there were reductions in every other country, most notably Albania, Finland, Greece, Italy, Slovakia and Spain, wherever that is. The authors suggested that drinking is a maladaptive coping strategy. Try saying that when you're drunk. A maladaptive coping strategy used to deal with the psychological effects of social isolation, insecurity and money problems. There were fewer opportunities to drink during lockdown, the study authors point out, with no more parties or concerts or family celebrations or drinking opportunities related to travel on planes and cruise ships and in hotels. But British people still manage to drink more. Nothing will get in the way of us and our refreshments. Booze. Exactly, Carol. Exactly. Jim says Boris should give the honey monster his suit after the G7. It'll be the perfect fit. And what an excellent souvenir. This is the suit in which he was ghosted by the President of the United States of America. Because of, everything. Let's have Hounslow, Manesh.
Hello, Nick. How are you, mate?
Good, thanks.
I think listening to what you just said, you've given Boris a new nickname, the Bodger of Dimbleby.
Bodger of Dimbleby?
Vicar? Suit? Never mind.
Yeah, never mind.
But what you said earlier was far more remarkable. You mentioned that his actions felt like he put you to sleep. Well, it's kind of ironic. I remember back in the day, decades ago, I was trying to explain to a researcher this, but maybe she was too young to remember. You have the old BBC Two picture card. So back in the day, there was only BBC One, BBC Two, and ITV. And then after 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, if you fell asleep and the telly was on, it switched on to the picture card. Mm-hmm. And there was a very young, attractive-looking lady on the left, and there was someone looking like a dodgy old bodger on the right. And if you look back on the card, it kind of resembles him.
Are you talking about the girl with the doll?
It looks like a bloke to me. It looks like Bodger.
The doll?
Yeah, have a look at the doll on the right.
The child, a woman, she was like 12, holding a doll. That looks like a man and a woman to you?
I think Bodger was moonlighting in his earlier days.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot, Manesh. Holy moly, can I have a few fewer comedians on? God, it's like every other one wants to be a comic. Rob says, oh no, I've read that one. Julie emails, because of the EU's wonderful idea to leave the European Union, how come you Brits are still allowed to play football against our European football teams? Just asking, that's all. Offensive. Hey, Julie.
Be polite!
If Australia can be in the Eurovision Song Contest, then we can still lose gloriously in Euro 2020. if they are indeed insisting on calling it that. Hey, what a year of sport it's going to be, because the Olympics are coming up, supposedly. So we're being led to believe. How marvellous. Although, will it be? Because is it going to be fanless? Which is going to be properly strange. I mean, football is odd enough. They had to put soundtracks on the football when there were nobody in the stands for, match of the day and that, because it just sounded too weird without it. Plus, they needed to drown out all the swear words. But the Olympics with no crowds, that's just going to be, well, it's just going to be odd. Keith tweets, the BBC showed Phil Collins' solo material tonight and I almost woke up. Have they got any Genesis concerts in stock? Their solo material? What, like what? Is he complaining about his love life again?
Stop whining.
Yeah. Although, I'd have to say, I know I've said this before, I'm going to say something controversial.
Oh, no.
I prefer Phil Collins' Genesis to Peter Gabriel Genesis. I've said it. It's out there. Duke, my favourite Genesis album. All of that pastoral English, Peter Gabriel stuff, not so much. Let's have County Durham. Hello, Sean.
Hello, mate. Can I just say before I start, mate, I hope Christian Eriksen gets well soon, mate.
Yes.
It was absolutely devastating watching the match, mate. And my heart goes out to his family.
Mm-hmm.
Right, just before I start, right? Right, I want to rip into these Tory backstabbers, right? Well, I don't understand why. I wish you would do a poll on your programme why all these backstabbers put Barney Rubble in.
Backstabbers?
I just don't understand. I can't get my head round it.
Who's the backstabber in this scenario?
Well, the Labour, they get on this programme and they say, oh, Boris, he done Brexit. Look what you've put in, mate, man. He's a state. Did you see him swimming? He looked like that whale that bloke got chewed up with.
Yeah, I've made that one already. Okay, thanks a lot, Sean. Oh, I can't take it anymore. A few fewer people with jokes, please. Get the OJs on the phone, by the way. They're going to have to sing that song, The Backstabbers.
Rock and roll!
All the time they want to take your place. Backstabbers. They smiling in your face. Anybody want me to sing that now?
No.
How about later?
No.
Okay, then. Laura emails, maybe Emmanuel Macron has exploding sausages in his briefcase to give to Boris Johnson and call them bangers. Oh, my God, not another one. What is it, amateur night tonight? The only unfunny person allowed on this show, desperately trying to make a joke, is me. Let's see what this one's like. Aberdeen. Hello, Dave.
Hello, mate.
Dave.
Hello, you there?
Yes, Dave.
Listen, this smoking carry on. I stopped smoking in 2012. I was a smoker. I used to take about, and I promise you, I used to smoke like hell.
Yeah.
20, 40 cigarettes a day, and I stopped in 2012.
Mm-hmm.
It took me a while, but I did it.
Right.
And, if people want to smoke, it's up to them. All they're doing is killing themselves. They're killing themselves, man.
But can I ask you a question about this, Dave?
No problem.
What's it got to do with what we're talking about?
We were talking about smoking earlier on.
We were?
Yeah, and I'm just saying, if people want to smoke, it's up to them. They're going to kill themselves. That's all I'm saying.
On this show, we were talking about smoking.
Yes.
Were we? I don't remember that.
Somebody was on there. Somebody was on there earlier on about smoking.
Were they?
Well, they were, and that's why I'm on the show.
Right. Well, I don't doubt that that's why you're on the show, but I don't actually recall talking about smoking. I mean, I may have mentioned it in passing that 70,000 people a year die smoking, alongside the 20,000 that die from the flu. And we're comparing and contrasting that with the amount of people that died from coronavirus and the hysterical reaction we've had to that compared to no reaction whatsoever with the smoking. and the flu. We just shrug our shoulders and accept it. That's almost 100,000 people every year. Not just this year, but last year and the year before and the year before that and the year before that and the year before that. And next year and the year after that and the year after that. Take 10 years and that's 1 million people. And we're just like, oh, well, never mind. But it was very, very brief and in passing, Dave. So I'm not sure where you got the idea that we were talking about smoking on this show.
Well, listen, can we talk about lies just for a second?
Lies?
Do you know this is just going over the score.
Which?
This COVID is just nuts. It is nuts. I am a decent guy. I promise you, I'm 67 years old.
67 years old. Yes.
I promise you, I've served in the British Army for 23 years, and I just can't believe what's going on in this world. I really can't believe. We've got so many snowflakes now. I don't know how to make a cup of tea. Oh, for God's sake, get a grip. There's something wrong with this planet. We need to sort it. We need to sort it. Right. People like you and me, and your callers, we need to sort it.
Okay, well, you make a good start, and I'll join you when you clear the way. How does that sound? Thanks a lot, Dave. Matt emails, it's taken a while now, but I realise just who Johnson reminds me of. It's that wonky, cap-wearing, overgrown schoolboy in shorts played by the late, great Terry Scott in that classic curly-whirly TV advert of the 1980s. Or as we used to say when I was growing up in Edinburgh, curly-whirly. The ruffled hair, he says, the unkempt appearance, the tucked-out shirt, it's all there. Yeah, a little bit Benny Hill as well. And also a little bit wee Jimmy Cranky. A little bit. I think he's going for a sort of a Just William look. That sort of unkempt appearance with his hair all ski-whiff and his shirt needing ironing that makes people want to mother him. Or makes certain individuals want to mother him. And it seems to work, like over and over again. Women seem to fall for it again and 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 again. I don't get it myself, but, I'm not the intended target. Fetcham. Hello, Linda.
Nick, hi. I was saying, well, I just agree with what you're saying. I think the targets that you're talking about, I think you've answered your own question when you said, why do people keep voting for Boris even after all these disasters? Well, you said that the alcohol consumption in this country has gone up. Well, I think it's the people must be drunk, because let's be fair, that would be the only excuse for voting for them.
It would be an excellent excuse, yeah. Apparently it's retirees.
Oh, well, I am actually a retiree, and I wouldn't vote for Boris, never mind drunk. I wouldn't vote for him with a gun at my head.
Right. Okay, that's a bit extreme. Maybe, really, on pain of death?
Well, let me put it this way. This is what is happening. I mean, you see, people admired Boris. They said he got Brexit done, for instance. Right. Now, if you're trying to do a deal with somebody, it's like you give them $1 million and then they give you a $5 back, and everybody said, didn't you do well? So that is how he got Brexit done. And the other thing is, people are congratulating him on this vaccine rollout, but now people are even dying who've had the 2 vaccines, because now the Indian variants come out down here, because obviously, again, because of Brexit, he's desperate to get a deal with India.
Yep.
So, of course, again, that is another reason. People seem to want to be blinded. They just sort of, well, like last year, for instance, we didn't have the vaccines. People self-isolated. Then the death rate went down dramatically. Then Richie Sunak did the Eat Out to Help Out.
Yeah.
And before you knew it, we are like,
yeah, big surprise, not really, yes.
No, well, exactly. So, but it's like people keep voting for him and seem to like him, but they don't think things through somehow. And the same thing is, I mean, if you had a prime minister who cared about the country, he'd have better things to do with his time than spend a lot of money redecorating his flat and getting married.
Yes, and going on holiday and
Going on. And then, of course, he let told people they could go on holiday. They go to Portugal and became like the Keystone Cops. No sooner had they got there when they're all rushing back at a high price.
And he made this, and I hesitate to use the word mistake, because if you keep doing the same stupid thing over and over again, it seems less like a mistake and more like a plan. But he allowed people to come back. He gave them a time before which they had to come back, and they wouldn't be locked in. And so he did it again. He allowed an enormous number of people to come back from a country which was being closed off from us because of the high incidence of the virus, and he allowed them to come back unimpeded to bring whatever it was they'd caught back with them. Again.
Exactly. Well, one could blame the hospital he was in last year when he was ill. Had they fitted him with a brain and a heart, this wouldn't have happened.
All right, thanks a lot, Linda. I think we're not in Kansas anymore. You ain't got no brain, you ain't got no heart, and you ain't got no what was the other thing? Courage? I think it was courage, wasn't it? Because of the lion. Yeah. Nerve? You got plenty of that. Andy says the USA have just decided to dump 3 billion lateral flow COVID tests because they are inaccurate and due to the danger of false results. Yeah, well, we know that already, don't we? Lateral flow tests are, so I understand, accurate to the level of about 50%. So you might as well just flip a coin. He says the UK are surge testing in affected areas and getting thousands of false results. Be more USA and dump the data, says Andy. Donald Trump is my hero. Wow. Little twist at the end there. Donald Trump is my hero, says Andy. Well, I don't wish to be rude, Andy, but you're an idiot, if that's any help. Let's have a call in Watford. Zach.
Hello.
Yes,
Hi,
Zach.
Nick. Hi, nice to talk to you again. So, I don't know what was worse this week, seeing Macron getting slapped or seeing Johnson come out in his oversized suit. I'm just thinking what the world must be thinking of this side of the planet right now in terms of France and Britain. Like,
well, you can't blame Macron for some bloke taking a swipe at him.
Well, you can, because he got too close to the crowd. I think his security services were a little bit slow reacting as well. He should have been better protected, to be honest.
What's he supposed to be in, like the Pope-mobile?
Well, yeah, he should be moving like the President of the United States. That would never happen in the USA.
Well, I believe that Ronald Reagan got shot.
Yeah, that was many years ago. But for example, Trump, he was not a very liked person. And he was,
what makes you say that? Not a nice person.
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
But yeah, he's very well protected. Nobody got to him, and still nobody gets to him today. So I just think that there was, I think that it could have been done better. It could have been handled better by the French security. But anyway, regardless, just seeing these G7 leaders come out and just looking at the state of them, I'm not too sure where the credibility lays anymore.
Well, they all look like leaders to me, apart from the guy from Canada who looks like a surfer dude who's got a suit on for a court case. Apart from him, they all look like leaders of countries, except for Bodger, who just looks like he's wandered in accidentally and he's gate crashed their photo.
You're talking about Trudeau. Is he still in power? In Canada. He's quite a hip guy, and he's got a lot of support. Yeah, he gets a lot of support from.
He should get a haircut, hippie.
Well, yeah, we could say the same about Boris Johnson.
He just looks too young, I suppose. It just looks.
It's working over there, though.
He looks a bit surfer dude. Yeah, I suppose so.
It's working over there. I think Canada's a really nice place to probably go and even migrate to, live, work in. Who knows?
How very unpatriotic.
A lot of expats are going out there.
Yeah,
so,
no doubt.
It was a choice before. It was New
Zealand. A little too cold for
Australia.
me. Yeah, I'm not going to leave this country and go to anywhere even colder. Are you kidding?
It's true. It is really cold out there. But yeah, credibility. Just going back to just to this side of the world. I'm just thinking how the world sees Britain, France, and all of these other countries, and them getting together and discussing about aid going to some of the poorer countries. That's always been discussed. Vaccines, fixing this and that. What about world hunger? What about people that haven't got food? Forget a vaccine. What's going on with that? Why haven't they pledged billions towards that over the years?
I think they have. I mean, we just spent the last week bellyaching about foreign aid.
And we've retracted from everything. We're not giving any foreign aid.
That's not entirely true. No, we've reduced the amount. I mean, uniquely in the G7 and I think in the major European countries, just us, we've reduced the amount of money that we spent, but it ain't nothing. It's about 0.5% of GDP or whatever number it is that they're using at the moment. It's billions and billions of dollars is being sent to the kids with flies in their eyes. It's just that we've reduced the amount of money that we're spending on people who are starving to death because we need to spend money on a royal yacht. Except the Queen said that she didn't want it, which rather put out Boris's fire. Yeah, you can't pretend it's for the Queen if the Queen has actually said she didn't want that yacht. So try again, Bodger. We know it's because you want to take Carrie on holiday. Admit it. Phil tweets, Nick, wasn't Sausages and Statues a Spinal Tap LP? Wasn't it Smell the Glove? Something like that. Break Like the Wind. I bet it was Break Like the Wind by Spinal Tap. Of course, who knows a lot about that.
I know a lot about wind.
Yes.
I know a lot about wind.
Yeah, I bet. I bet you do, yeah. What's he like, Melania?
I don't care.
She's actually not sharing a room with him anymore. They're staying in adjoining wings. Matt emails, did you see the beautiful handmade bike that President Biden gave Boris? No. Bike? What a contrast with that tacky framed print, says Matt. A bike? What kind of a bike? Why would you give somebody a bike? Are you sure about that?
Oh, hello there.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I've just got a bit of frog on my throat. Let me clear that. Regarding the prices of the houses, what's all about? What's that got to do with COVID and all of that?
Back up? What's the what?
So with the worry and with the fatigue of this lockdown, the prices of the houses are just increasing with it as well, and just people are just getting fed up of just this lockdown, and it's just continuously changing dates, and I don't understand, and the house prices are going up with it, and...
Right. Okay, well, as soon as you figure it out, you let me know straight away, all right? What was that about? Two leaders here's the story. I can't believe it. The two leaders exchanged gifts in Cornwall for the G7 summit. The US President, Joe Biden, gifted Boris Johnson a hand-built bike. Well, that's the gift that really says that you need to do some more exercise. Doesn't it? I mean, how offensive is that?
Be polite!
The US President, Joe Biden, gifted Boris Johnson a hand-built bike as the leaders met in Cornwall for the G7 summit. I had no idea. A bike? What a weird gift. As in, get on your... As the heads of the 7 largest global economies gathered in the southwest of England this week. Why, by the way, were they there? Why were they there? What's the point of them being all the way over there? I bet they came into London and then went there. It cost us something of the order of £8 million just to lengthen the runway so that Joe Biden could land his jet there. As heads of the 7 largest global the leaders of the US and the UK exchanged symbolic gifts as is tradition when politicians travel to another nation. Bodger is famed for being a keen cyclist. Well, he's famed for getting his photograph taken on a cycle. That's true. He seems to be obsessed. Is there anybody on Earth who is not a teenage girl who is more obsessed with having his photograph taken? I mean, talk about rummaging around the dressing up box. He's always in it. UK PM Johnson, famed for being a keen cyclist and routinely spotted riding his bike around London. Biden, who became US president in January after he gave him a bike. During their meeting in Cornwall, Biden handed Johnson a hand-built US-made bike and helmet. That's the weirdest thing. I mean, you're supposed to give him like a little, a bust of Churchill or, I don't know, a paperweight, something like that. A bike. That's just truly weird. Don't you think? And Bodger gave him something that he found on Wikipedia. He printed it out and stuck it in a frame that he probably had hanging about the place. Kilburn, hello, Bert.
Hello.
Yes, Bert.
Sorry, one little simple thing.
Yeah.
In America, they had a department that was completely set up to detect and look out for viruses.
Yes, so did we.
Yeah, that's what I was going to point out. And when Trump got in, I think it was the first year or second year he got in, he decided it was a waste of money and squashed it.
Yeah, and guess who did the exact same thing at the exact same time? Yeah.
There we go. And then how long was it afterwards?
I think it was almost simultaneously, wasn't it?
No. How long afterwards before we got hit?
Oh, a matter of months.
As soon as we disband the department, they're sitting there, and now they're making out, we've got an idea. Why don't we have a department to stop this, and we can do it inside of 100 days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If only somebody had thought about putting together a government committee whose job it was to prepare the country for a pandemic. Except we did have that, and America had it, and Donald Trump, pretty much the first thing he did was to abandon that committee in America. And when Bodger came to power, pretty much the first thing he did was to abandon our version of it in this country. Now, with that committee, who knows what might have happened, but we can pretty safely guess that it wouldn't have been as bad, because they would have prepared. There would have been all sorts of preparations that could have been made. They had a big government committee look into our preparedness for just such a thing, and guess what they came back and told the government to stock up on? PPE. And Boris Johnson's government, or the Conservative Party, rather, said, as with one voice, nah, we don't need to do that. It's okay. No problem. We'll bungle our way through anything that comes our way. And the worst possible thing came our way, and the rest is, I was going to say history, but the rest is actually the present. Painful, eh, Bert?
Terrible.
Oh, well, never mind. It's only life. All right, thanks a lot, mate. Of course, nobody really understands the force of the problem at hand. Nobody really understands the danger, and they never did.
This, whatever they want to call it, you can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus, you can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is.
Not sure anybody even knows what it is. Matt emails, did you see the... No, I read that. I still can't believe it. Joe Biden gave Boris Johnson a bike. That's just such a strange thing, isn't it? Wandsworth, hello, Simon.
Hey, how are you?
Good, thanks.
So I was just calling because you keep saying that Boris looks like a cuddly teddy bear, which is just like, Chucky?
Offensive
to teddy terrifying.
Bears. Yeah.
I think he actually looks like either Sean Ryder from the Happy Mondays,
mad for
with a suit on, or Cassie Burke. Because either way, he looks like he's wearing a mask. He just looks like he's made of melted cheese. Yeah. I just don't like his face at all.
His face does look like it doesn't fit.
Oh, horrific. Poor Carrie and all his other wives and children.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to say,
whoever they are,
in regards to in regards to the Patriots booing people taking a knee.
Yeah.
I just think we spent a year looking at America and saying how awful they are. I just think in terms of like the world looking at us and we, being global Britain and
yeah,
and we're going to be booing opposition to racism. It just looks really. I think the optics will look really poor, and I think actually it was even better because tomorrow is, I think, our first game in the Euros. I think with the G7 leaders still here, it'll just be really interesting to see their faces around the table.
Yes,
I mean, no one else applauds racism and supports statue. You wouldn't see Angela Merkel. You wouldn't see her saying, Hitler done great for motorways and tailoring. Let's have a statue to him.
Yes.
Or you wouldn't see, you just wouldn't. And America's trying to bring down its Confederate flags, and we're now, standing too proud to even look back and say, some people weren't nice people. It's just really bizarre.
It is really bizarre.
And Boris has said some horrible things himself, so I think maybe it will be awkward around the table when say the vice president comes and he knows, well, she may discover that he thinks that she's a watermelon pit. Well, the words that he used to describe black people.
I do. Yeah.
So it might not be very pleasant.
And so
in the
do
future.
they, and they aren't forgetting it either. No. All right, thanks.
Optics of seeing booing
optics,
is
precisely. Yeah, it's going to be embarrassing, a national embarrassment. Those people that just can't keep it to themselves, they just have to make everything about them, is what is happening here. The people who are booing on the stands can't abide the fact that somebody else has an opinion that is different to their own, so they must make it about them. What's it got to do with you, people on the stands? Nothing to do with you. Well, actually, it does have something to do with you, but you wouldn't like to hear it. But in booing, you are, of course, making it all about you. And the rest of the world is going to go, wow. Do you think they're going to say, now, there's people that are really concerned that those millionaire footballers are Marxists? No, that is not what they will think. Can you guess what they will think? Joan says Cornwall is going to pay a heavy price for hosting the G7. The amount of staff and security brought to Cornwall and 6,500 police, hot spot within 10 days. Cornwall variant coming soon to a place near you. Yeah, I'd be amazed if it didn't. Of course, Cornwall is easy to cut off from the rest of the country. You could lock Cornwall down very, very easily. I mean, okay, Devon might get it in the neck, but for the rest of the country, you could just draw a line down that sticky out bit and prevent anybody from coming here. And will Boris Johnson do that?
No.
No, of course not. He'll probably lay on coaches to get people from Cornwall to spread whatever they've got all about the country. And then say that we really must not in future make the same mistakes again. Lessons must be learned, he'll say. And Matt Hancock is already fashioning his response that it's got nothing to do with him. He doesn't recognise those figures. He never heard of Cornwall. And it was all the scientists' fault. Yeah, it's the fault of science. Ain't that right, Matt? And don't even get me started on Gavin Williamson. Exactly. Andy emails, absolutely agree with your caller who said she was humiliated. Bodge's cabal of maniacs have also left me feeling ashamed, embarrassed and humiliated to be British at the moment. Oh, steady on. It says that we can be so much better than this if we took a pragmatic approach and worked with other countries professionally rather than invoking an image of Empire 2.0, wistfully relished by some of the crusty gumperts. What's a gumpert? I might look that up. Wistfully relished by some of the crusty gumperts. I'm going to What is a gumpert? Apollo. Give me a car manufacturer. No, not that. Not that. A Gumpert Sportswagen manufacturer. Germany, German is it's such a beautiful language, isn't it?
No.
No, not really. A Gumpert, yeah, okay, well I know what that is. So I think I'm only going to get cars. So I've got no idea what you mean by that. But I have an idea. Which means that I do have an idea. God, anyway, tying myself in knots here. He says, the Empire 2.0, wistfully relished by some of the crusty Gumperts who think that dragging the UK back by 50 to 60 years is where everybody wants to go, when it's not. We might see some actual progress. Brexit's far from done. It's barely just begun. Barely just begun. Get the carpenters on the phone. They're not picking up? Keep trying. It says, already I can feel the tide potentially turning. Yeah, not sure about that. Of course, if it is the retirees who have gifted us the Conservative administration, and according to those figures that I gave you some while ago, it is exactly them and nobody else, because with the retirees, the Conservatives won massively. Without retirees, Labour actually won. Isn't that incredible? With people of working age, the Labour Party was more popular than the Conservative Party at the last election. With people of working age, it's retirees that gifted us the current regime. Not the Red Wall. That really had precious little to do with it. But if it is retirees, then wanting to take the UK back by 50 to 60 years does make a lot of sense, because people want to go back in time to when they were young, when their knees worked, and they didn't groan when they sat down, and they might, just on the off chance, get to have sex again.
Disgusting.
Terry emails, hi, climate change and pollution. Why is it people can't see it's all much too late, many decades too late? Well, yeah, we've sort of wasted our time in that regard over the past 10 years or so. I mean, at least 10 years. I mean, we've known that change is a-coming, but we've decided to do nothing about it. Cross our fingers and pretend that it's got nothing to do with us, and maybe it'll go away if we ignore it. But it's never too late to do something, surely. It's just that change is going to have to be so radical unless we get incredibly lucky and invent something that will actually turn back time in that regard. That it doesn't matter when we start; it'll always be too little, too late, because we don't want to change our lives in any way. Tom says, that really was a great trade deal with India. I just can't imagine what he traded in exchange for this Delta variant. Yeah. Let's have Selzy. Maxine.
Hello, my love.
Maxine.
I ain't spoken to you for ages, my darling.
Haven't I been lucky?
Ain't you just now? You know what?
What?
I always end up listening to the end of a conversation, and I always misunderstand it.
Yes.
Now, earlier on, you said something about 96% of the people are going to die.
No.
But I know you didn't, because I misheard it, my love. I misheard it, so don't worry, because
no, I think it's 96% of the people that have that are infected with the virus at the moment have got this extra special new India variant, which of course we could have kept out of the country if Bodger had given it a second thought.
Not come over. I know what you're saying, my darling. Yes. I'm there with you, my love.
Are you?
Now, well, I am, because you know what?
But are you?
I'm thinking, right, me, you, Carol McGiffin, Steve Allen, Nick Ferrari, because I like him as well, very sexy man, and Ian Dow, 'cause I like him.
Yeah.
Stick us all on an island, my darling.
Right.
All of us on an island. Now,
Yes.
that ain't what I'm phoning about.
Well, then what happens? You stick us on an island, and then what?
Well, none of us will get the Indian virus, will we?
Oh, for our protection. Right.
Our protection. Now, Carol McGiffin can fetch the wine.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yes, yeah, you know where I'm coming from. And Steve Allen, he can fetch his Christmas decorations, because he do like a Christmas decoration, my love.
Christmas?
Well, he's doing the countdown now, my love. Ain't you heard it?
He's doing the countdown.
He always talks about Christmas. I love him. And
He's doing
and
the...
got,
Wait a minute. He's doing the countdown to Christmas. It's June.
It doesn't matter, because he likes to buy all his stuff now.
Where are you going to buy Christmas decorations in June?
Ask Steve Allen. He knows where the shops are, my darling. He susses them out, and you've got...
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. They actually used to have a Christmas shop open all year long.
All year round, I know. And you know where it is? It's in Brighton, in the lanes, and it's called the Christmas Shop.
No.
Honest to God, yeah.
I don't
Anyway,
think so. Is that still there? It can't be.
Yeah, it is,
I've been to the lanes a couple of times last year, and I never saw a Christmas shop. There used to be one in sort of around Tate Modern. I don't know what you call that area, Bankside, something like that. These in one of those.
No, I'm not over that way no more. I'm in Chelsea by the seaside with the seagulls. You know, them great big birds.
Right.
Now, I've got to tell you. You know when I phoned you last year and I had me baby pigeons?
I do recall that, yeah.
Yeah, they're back. They're nesting again, my love.
Oh, my God.
Me pigeons are back, and guess what? I've got a pair of great tits. Now, they're nesting in me box.
Right,
What are you laughing for?
It gets worse. Yes?
No, what you keep laughing? No, they nesting. I got tits in the box out there.
Right.
Right, and they nesting little baby ones. Now, I can send you a picture of me pigeons.
No. Oh, pigeons. Right, okay then.
No, I'm not sending you a picture of the tits. I
Yeah.
can't send that, my darling.
Okay then.
Because now, Boris, God love him. Don't you like a tryer, my love?
No.
Now, Bidden, he's got him a bite.
Is this Boris Johnson trying?
Doris, I call him Doris. Because I never know what way he's going, my love. It confuses me.
Right, I don't know what you mean
Now,
by that, but I'm becoming
Bidden-
alarmed.
Bidden has bought him a bike and a helmet.
Yeah.
It's going to mess his hair up. If he puts a helmet on,
Yeah.
it's going to mess his hair
He'll
up. isn't it?
ruin his hair, don't. Yeah.
Do you think he does that on purpose?
I know
with
he
his
does.
hair?
I know he does. I've seen him do it on
Do
purpose.
ya?
Yeah.
Yeah, but his dad's not the same. His dad's a lovely person.
Is he?
Do you know what? I met Doris. I met him. He was in the, you know that famous chicken shop?
Yes.
Where you go in and you buy your chicken. I was behind him in the queue. He likes a bit of chicken.
Are you talking
And
about
then-
Boris Johnson was in the queue for the chicken shop?
Yeah, I'm not going to name it, but you know what one.
I very much doubt it.
Honest to God, I was behind him in the queue. He's a lovely man. And then,
Are you talking about Boris Johnson?
yeah, the Prime Minister
Was in the queue for the chicken shop?
in the KFC.
Well, I know.
Yeah.
I don't think it makes a difference if you whisper it. We can still hear you.
Yeah, well.
Where? When? What was the circumstance in which it was
This was
queuing?
This was in Croydon. This was about 2 or 3 years ago.
See, it gets less and less believable with every extra
honest to
detail
God,
you tell
I'm
me.
telling you, honest to God, I'm telling you, I was behind him in the queue, and then my auntie, she phoned me up, my auntie Linda, she lovely.
Yeah.
She was sitting in a famous coffee shop. And she was sitting there. You've got to whisper it, my love, because I don't like to give publicity to people.
No, of course.
And she was sitting there, and he was sitting there having a coffee, and she was chatting to him.
Yeah.
He's a lovely man.
I doubt that too.
I just don't think he knows what's going on in the country. And now we got the monkeypox. Have you heard about that?
Well, I reckon that if it's going around, he would be the ideal candidate to get it. Or maybe it originated from him.
No, but where did that come from?
Monkeys?
Well, I don't know. But have you heard about that?
No, I have not, no.
Yeah, 2 people in Wales have got monkeypox.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a killer virus, I'm telling you. I know you think I'm messing...
Another one.
You think I'm messing about.
Yeah, I do think you might be messing about. You're messing with my mind. Is the sound that is going on in between my ears right now. Here, Maxine, I've got to go because mostly I just have got to go. But thanks for that, whatever that was. Well, guess who's back? She's back. You remember Theresa May, don't you? No! Yes, that's her. Well, she speaks now and seems like a leader. When she speaks, she seems like a leader. That's a better way of putting it. Yeah, that's a better way of putting it. When she speaks, she seems like a leader, as opposed to, bodge. Just like Gordon Brown. Gordon Brown seems like a leader as well. Serious, studious, statesman-like. Are you allowed to say statesman-like these days?
No.
Statesperson-like. It's a bit clunky, statesperson, but then so is Theresa May. Give up on those comedy clown shoes, Mrs. M. You can't walk in them. Kick them off, put your feet up, relax. You deserve it. So Theresa May said that people will keep dying from coronavirus in Britain in the same way that 10 to 20,000 people do every year from the flu. Mrs. M said COVID-19 will not be eradicated from the UK, and there will not be a time when we can say that there will never be another case. And she mocked her number 10 successor and said global Britain is currently shut for business. Yeah, which is pretty true. And it will continue to be while we keep importing the disease in all its different and new and exciting forms. I mean, at least there isn't some sports competition that will bring thousands of fans here from abroad, and even if there was, we could always deploy our world-beating taste and test system, ABODGE.
Contact tracing.
Meanwhile, travel chiefs call for the traffic light system to be scrapped amid growing fears for the future of the aviation and tourist industries. Yeah, the traffic light system. The PM's system rates countries one of 3 colours, which determines the quarantine and COVID testing requirements people face when returning to Britain. It's not just a yes or no, which it should be. I mean, that would be too easy to understand. No, it's green, amber and red. You know, if traffic lights were 4 colours, there'd be 4 types of country. Green is easy to comprehend. Green means go. You can go to Brunei. You can go to the Falkland Islands. And you can go to Australia. And you might think, okay, Australia it is. But I just looked and apparently you can not go to Australia from Britain. You can go there if you want to see it from your plane window and then come back again, but you don't get to leave the actual plane.
Oh, fabulous.
I mean, how confusing is that? The government says you can travel to Australia, and the Australian government says, no, you can't. So you can't then. Anybody fancy the Falkland Islands?
No.
There's nothing there but rocks and sheep. And then there's the amber countries, but you're not supposed to go to them. So why not make them red countries then? It's all as clear and transparent as anything else this regime is responsible for. Of course, Portugal was on the green list, and then it wasn't, giving holidaymakers there the chance to play the game called pay 3 times the price to come home early or be forced to isolate for 2 weeks when you get back. And as they all fled back home, I was wondering, is it possible that they brought something bad back with them? And I don't mean Madeira.
Booze.
Bodger did it again, didn't he? He gave people a window to come back in which they would not be forcibly isolated, so they all rushed back to avoid the cut-off, which was placed there because of an increased risk of getting the virus. Why would you give people time to come back and allow them to spread whatever they caught over there if there was a risk of infecting the rest of us? Why give them the chance to do it again? What was the point of that other than to avoid annoying people in the short term? And if not annoying people too much was the plan, how's that going, by the way?
Fabulous.
And the ex-Prime Minister, Theresa May, is a serious and substantial person that her party ditched for a wacky, waving, inflatable tube. Ain't that right, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
She told MPs this week that the coronavirus infection is going nowhere fast and suggested we need to learn to live with it. She said, first, we will not eradicate COVID-19 from the UK. There will not be a time when we can say that there will never be another case of COVID-19 in this country. She said, secondly, variants will keep on coming. There will be new variants every year, she said. If the government's position is that we cannot open up travel until there are no new variants elsewhere in the world, then we will never be able to travel abroad again. She said the third fact that the government needs to state much more clearly is that, sadly, people will die from COVID here in the UK in the future, as 10 to 20,000 people do every year from the flu. She said the government's messaging on international travel is mixed, while the red, amber and green rating system is chaotic. Yeah. No kidding, Mrs M. She accused ministers of failing to deliver on pledges to get holidays abroad back and claimed the UK had gone backwards on the issue when compared to last year. You know, what's weird is that people who voted to extricate ourselves from Europe seem to be the ones that are most keen on going there on holiday, rather than patriotically spend their time off here, in the country they profess to love so much. Why are we obsessed with going abroad? Like it's our human rights. There's no end of lovely in this country. Why can't people stay here? I mean, most tourists, when they go abroad, they just superglue themselves to the pool lounger for 2 weeks and order English food from the menu. They barely go to the local town, let alone explore the country they've gone to. I mean, if your idea of a break is being baked alive, just stay home. Close the windows, put on your thermals and turn up the heating. I haven't been on holiday abroad for about 10 years. And that was about 3 days in Florence. Apart from that, I spend my money here in good old Blighty. Like a proper citizen should. You know, I don't board flights to go to somewhere I couldn't place on a map, hoping that the pilot knows where he's going. I don't jet off somewhere at vast costs to the planet and then spend the whole time there moaning that the fish and chips aren't as good as they are at home. No, I spend British pounds in British businesses like a good British person should. Speaking of debate in the Commons on the state of the travel sector, Theresa May said that the government had failed to act on its promise from June 2020. She said, 1 year on, we're no further forward. Indeed, what we have is a devastated industry, jobs lost, and global Britain shut for business. More than not being any further forward, we've actually gone backwards, she said. I can't believe that we'd be in anything close to this mess if she had been in charge. Can you? Or anybody else, for that matter. Anybody else that's not associated with the current regime would undoubtedly have done a better job in my mind. Pick the person who would have screwed it up more than this lot. No such person exists. 1 year on, we're no further forward, she said. We've now got over 50% of the adult population vaccinated. A wonderful programme, yet we're more restricted on travel than we were last year. She said, in 2020, I went to Switzerland in August, South Korea in September. There was no vaccine and travel was possible. This year, there is a vaccine and travel is not possible. She says, I really don't understand the stance that the government is taking. Well, part of me thinks that that's the whole plan, is to keep us permanently off kilter, not really understanding what's happening, where we've been, or where we're going. She said, of course, it is permissible to travel to countries on the amber list, provided it is practicable for you to quarantine when you come back. But government ministers tell people that they mustn't travel. They can't go on holiday to places on the amber list. She said the mixed messages are chaotic. Yeah, like I said, that seems to be the plan. She said the government must decide whether it wants an airline industry and aviation sector in the UK or not, because at the rate it's going, it won't have one. Well, the amount of businesses that we won't have. I mean, it must be crushing for businesses that rely on packing as many people as possible into the tightest space available to be told that, you know that date that we said that we were going to open up? The 21st of this month? Well, guess what? Bad news. Only when everything opens up will we realise how much is closed down. I keep saying it. I think that this entire country is, at the moment, it seems to be like frozen in ice at the moment. Stuck in aspic, we are. You wait. The ex-premier said business travel is practically impossible as she urged ministers to be upfront with the British public about facts on foreign travel. What are you obsessed about that for, Mrs M? She said that the UK is falling behind the rest of Europe when it comes to making decisions on travel. You know, we're also falling behind the rest of Europe in the amount of vaccinations we dole out per week. I have the statistics. It's quite surprising. She said the government must decide whether it wants an airline industry and aviation sector in the UK or not. It's incomprehensible that one of the most heavily vaccinated countries in the world is one that is most reluctant to give its citizens the freedom those vaccinations should support. And that is a kicker, ain't it? One of the most heavily vaccinated countries in the world is one that is most reluctant to give its citizens the freedom those vaccinations should support. It's almost as though this regime is using the constant state of emergency that it is engineering, either deliberately or by a never-ending succession of accidents, to curtail our freedoms to do anything, to send us back to a sort of childlike state of dependence. Like Bodger is our nanny.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
We become institutionalised without the benefit of living in an institution. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Francesca texts, "Hi Nick, the reason this government is popular is because it stands up for this country and doesn't want to give it away to any passing foreigners like you lefties do." Wow. You are sadly misinformed, Francesca, because that's precisely what this government is doing. Roxanne, it's called inward investment. It sounds good, but not really. Just because it's got a Union Jack on it, Francesca, don't mean to say it's British. Roxanne texts, Boris is doing a good job. This is evidenced by the polls. Yeah, again, not really, Roxanne. The polls are evidence that you can fool some of the people all of the time. Ain't that right, Donito?
I love the poorly educated.
Exactly. It's the demographic that keeps on giving. Kevin texts, the policies are not Labour's problem. The problem is aspiration. What policies? In today's politics, it's not how you get there that counts, it's where you would like to get to that matters. And if you can't have a ball on the way, fantastic, and so much the better. And if you can have a ball on the way. Post-COVID is about looking forward and upwards, and if you can smile at your journey ahead, embrace it. Does any of that make sense?
No.
Not really. Not really. Lee says, Boris on television having a barbecue with G7 leaders and partners didn't look much like social distancing was heavy on their minds. Well, I would imagine that all of them are vaccinated up to their eyeballs. Mike says, perhaps others drink socially, so under restrictions they drink less, but we drink to blot out who governs us, so we drink more. Yeah, but sadly, it hasn't blotted it out yet.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Not yet. I'll keep trying.
Booze.
Exactly, Carol. New Malden, David.
Yes?
David.
Can you hear me?
It sounds like you.
Yes, it is me. I come from St Ives in Cornwall, and back in the 60s and 70s, it was the number one English destination on the hippie trail.
Really?
It was Marrakesh in Morocco,
Yeah.
and St Ives in Cornwall. And I wonder with this hippie barbecue, etc., what Bonlives is telling us is really he's a hippie, and he's on the wacky backy. So it wasn't just going there for the big Moby Dick moment. It was also, he's getting in touch with the sort of wacky-backy roots. Explains it to me. I don't know. It's a ridiculous place to go to for a meeting of this size. We're far better off in
London.
District like Scarborough or somewhere.
Well, just London, where the big hotels are, and where.
Well, that's right. There isn't a large hotel in St Ives. There's not a 5-star hotel in St Ives.
His dad wrote an article in the Mail today that said that he chose it because it was where he used to go on holiday as a child.
Yeah, I'm sure. I stayed in the hotel. It was a nice hotel, so they built all that horrible stuff in front of it,
Stuff?
All those rooms and function rooms and the things that look like one aquaria after another, plate glass stuck together.
Right.
It's a lesson, too, in what they've done in how to ruin a Cornish cove. A Cornish cove has a wonderful curving of the sea and also the curving of the shore, and it's destroyed the curvature of the shore. The classic shape. Anything that Boris touches, he destroys.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I wasn't aware that he was responsible for the hotel. But you really think?
No, but he chose it, didn't he?
Well, he said. Well, yeah, either he did or his people did. But yeah, that's what his dad said. He said he chose that out of the way place because that's where Bodger used to go on holiday as a child. For crying out loud!
He's still a child, isn't he? I thought. I couldn't work out when I saw the toddler on its feet. I thought for a moment it was Bojo, and then I realised it was actually the Wilf.
Do you really think that a barbecue is a hippie endeavour?
Well, no, this was a hippie barbecue, wasn't it?
Was it?
This was billed as a hippie barbecue, I was told.
By whom?
Well, this is how it was advertised or how it was described in some of the accounts I read a few days ago. I think there were going to be fire pits and one or two other hippie bits and pieces.
So fire is a hippie endeavour now as well. I had no idea.
Well,
the stuff you learn on this show.
You do.
I don't think that anybody.
I'm stretching it a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
There we go.
I don't think any of the attendees were actually dressed as hippies.
I didn't see the pictures of it, but it was certainly promoted as going to be some sort of hippie barbecue, a bit like the rather odd kind of thing they had in the garden of 10 Downing Street to mark the wedding of our greatest Catholic.
Right. Well, I was I'm unfamiliar with those details too, but I'll have to take your word for it, David. You seem to be
I've got most of it right. Might be one or two things a bit.
You are an expert on all things hippie.
Well, not really, because I've never taken any blow or wacky backy myself.
Well, regardless of your protestations, Prissy Patel is going to be paying you a visit just to make sure. All right, thanks a lot, David. Sue tweets, Don't you include all retirees in Conservative voters, Mr. Abbott? I and all of my friends and close acquaintances voted Labour. We don't all want to go back to the 1800s. If you say so, Sue. If you say so. Mike emails, perhaps others drink socially, so under restrictions, I'm sure I've read this. I'm getting déjà vu, as they say in France. Perhaps others drink socially, so under restrictions, they drink less. But we drink to blot out who governs us, so we drink more. Yeah, definitely have read that. Dave says, just wiping some texts and emails up before I go. Let me just look ahead, see how many I've got. Oh my God, there's loads. I'm very bad at my job. So I'll try and get through as many as I can, and if I don't get to yours, then I apologise.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
Dave texts, apparently Bodge is going to announce on Monday that we can holiday free of restrictions in all the countries which voted for us in the Eurovision Song Contest. Yeah. Paul says, I agree, Phil Collins' Genesis is better than Peter Gabriel's, but A Trick of the Tail is way better than Duke. Is the wrong answer. Scott says, I never voted Tories, but probably never will. I have never voted Tories and probably never will. However, I did start voting Labour from 2019 as a working poor, self-employed person, a freelance musician. I was rather disappointed to find out that my retired dad voted for the Tories, says Scott. John says, Keir Starmer is moderate like Tony Blair, but weak like Ed Miliband. Robert says, just a comment on the alcohol consumption in the UK. I think it's not that bad. At least there's no specific word for getting drunk at home, alone in your underwear. In Finnish, it's kalsarikanit. Well, I think that's a good point to end on, ain't it?
Affirmative.
The Finnish for getting drunk at home in your underwear is kalsarikanit. Which is probably not how you pronounce it. It's probably pronounced more like...
Disgusting.